All right, Hina, coming back to you now for more developments. It does seem that Israel and US, despite claiming that there are back-channel talks going on between the two warring nations, they are continuing with their attacks in the capital city of Iran.
Absolutely, Ishita. These are the fresh strikes that we are seeing taking place in the capital city of Tehran in Iran. Of course, comes a day after Pentagon, in fact, laid out this detailed briefing talking about the operation that it's carrying out in Iran. Now, remember, also comes at a time when we are seeing that Iran is also, in fact, threatening the US companies located across the Gulf region, and also talking about how it is going to hit these companies, including Google, Amazon, Meta, and several other. We are talking about 10 tech companies located across the Gulf region who, in fact, IRGC has threatened that it will attack. And the deadline has also been given 8 p.m. today, Tehran time, which is going to be around 10 p.m. IST today. So, of course, a big warning by Iran, and US also hitting continuously, responding to the warning that was given by IRGC to the US companies located in the Gulf region. Donald Trump has also responded, saying that US forces are, in fact, absolutely prepared to respond, in fact, to the strikes that are going to be taking place by Iran on these US companies. So fresh strikes, fresh explosions taking place in Tehran amid escalation in this war in West Asia. Ishita, back to you.
Right, of course. On one side, the US claims there are back-channel talks going on, but on the other side, we are looking at massive explosions taking place, and let's also see what's happening in Tel Aviv. Now, Tel Aviv also is being struck by a barrage of Iranian missiles. We are looking at more and more attacks on residential areas, specifically in Tel Aviv, and damage has now been caused due to the debris which essentially falls from the interception of these missiles. Now, visuals on your screen, viewers, you can see how cars on the streets have been damaged. Residential areas have come under attack, and this is essentially from the falling of the debris through the interception of Iranian missiles. Now, Iran has been firing a barrage of missiles targeting central Israel, specifically the cities of Jerusalem, Haifa, as well as Tel Aviv. And these are visuals on your screen showing you how these attacks, in which, in fact, Iran has now been using cluster munitions as well. The latest attacks have been carried out using cluster munitions, and now we can see the damage reported on Tel Aviv streets as well. Going back to my colleague Hina on this. Hina, now we've been talking about what's happening in the capital city of Iran, but Tel Aviv is also no better. We are looking at residential areas coming under attack, and these are ballistic missiles being fired by Iran using cluster munitions.
Absolutely, Ishita. Multiple attacks, in fact, taking place, and we're talking about central Israel. Now, earlier we saw attacks taking place, but not in central Israel. This time, the attacks are, of course, escalating and intensifying by Iranian regime, who is, in fact, attacking multiple areas. In the latest 4 regions in central Israel came under attack, and, of course, multiple people also got injured in these strikes that took place. Multiple provinces we're talking about. One of the provinces that got hit in central Israel is called, in fact, Bnei Brak, which got hit, several people also injured. So we are talking about attacks on civilian infrastructure as well now. Residential buildings are also coming under attack. Of course, ammunition depot and other military sites are also coming under attack. Earlier, we also saw how a strike took place close by to a nuclear research center. So, of course, escalation is there. We are playing out these visuals that are coming from Tel Aviv, where you can see the damage that got inflicted in the strike carried out by Iran. The cars, in fact, parked there absolutely damaged, and cluster munitions, in fact, being used by Iran. Now, remember, cluster munitions are more dangerous than the normal missile attacks that are taking place in this war, because they disintegrate in the air and, of course, cover a huge area and give a blow to a huge area. And you can see the visuals that we are playing out from Tel Aviv, the capital city of Israel, from where we are seeing very serious visuals coming out, and multiple people, in fact, injured in these strikes. Iran is, of course, not only attacking the US assets in the Gulf region, but also targeting Israel, and especially central Israel. We're talking about. Back to you, Ishita.
Right, of course, these are counter strikes being carried out by Iran using ballistic missiles and cluster munitions in response to the damage we have seen across Iran as well. And now here's moving on as Israel's aggressive bombardment against Hezbollah in Beirut continues. Defense Minister of the country, Israel Katz, has now threatened to destroy all houses along the southern Lebanon border as well as the nearby villages. Now Israel has warned that it will destroy all the houses in the Lebanese villages, and about 600,000 people have fled towards south. They will not be allowed home until northern Israel is secured. Now he also added that Israeli troops would stay in an area seized during its invasion. Take a look at this report at how the conflict between Hezbollah and IDF seems to be now intensifying.
Israel is trying to push Hezbollah militants out of southern Lebanon. But Hezbollah continues to resist, firing rockets across the border into Israel. And now, Israel's defense minister says the campaign could morph into a prolonged occupation along the southern parts of Lebanon.
בסיומה של הפעולה, צה"ל התייצב במרחב ביטחון בתוך לבנון, בקו הגנה מול טילי הנ"ט, וישלוט ביטחונית בכל המרחב עד הליטני, כולל גשרי הליטני שנשארו, תוך חיסול כוחות רדואן שחדרו למרחב והשמדת כל אמצעי הלחימה שנמצאים שם. בנוסף, תאסר באופן מוחלט חזרתם דרומית לליטני, שלמעלה מ-600,000 תושבי דרום לבנון שהתפנו צפונה עד שיובטח ביטחונם ושלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israel wants to take control of approximately 30 kilometers of land north of the Israeli-Lebanon border. Defense Minister Katz also said that villages along the region would be evacuated.
כל הבתים בכפרים סמוכי הגבול בלבנון יהרסו, בהתאם למודל רפיח ובית חנון בעזה, כדי להסיר אחת ולתמיד את האיומים סמוכי הגבול מעל תושבי הצפון.
Meanwhile, the ongoing Israeli operation inside Lebanon is exacting a heavy toll. The Israeli representative to the United Nations Security Council said that the death of 3 UN peacekeepers in the region were due to an explosive set-off by the Hezbollah.
אנחנו נחושים להפריד את לבנון מזירת איראן ולעקור את שיני הנחש ולהסיר מהחיזבאללה את יכולת האיום ולשנות אחת ולתמיד את המצב בלבנון עם נוכחות ביטחונית של צה"ל במקומות נדרשים, תוך אכיפה קפדנית והרתעה מוחלטת. בדיוק כמו בסוריה ובעזה, כך גם בלבנון.
The war inside Lebanon is also exacting a toll on the IDF. 4 IDF soldiers were killed and 2 others were injured. Citizens are paying the price for the Israeli invasion into Lebanon. As per reports, more than 12 lakh people have been displaced from Lebanon since the outbreak of the war, and the number is only expected to rise further.
All right, viewers, now we're looking at more and more non-state players are getting attached in this conflict and more areas beyond Israel and Iran getting hit. Now, this time, the U.S. Victoria base has been hit by Iraqi resistance group in Baghdad. We'll get you the visuals of that attack in a short while from now, but it's the latest attack to take place on a U.S. asset. It's Victoria base in Baghdad. You can see on your screen the plumes of smoke rising from the site of the attack. These are visuals from Baghdad, where U.S. Victoria base has now been hit by Iraqi resistance groups. They are using drones to hit the U.S. base, and you can see how it has caused a fire at the site and the smoke rising from the impact site. Now, this is the latest attack carried out by the Iraqi resistance groups in this conflict, and it's the U.S. Victoria base in Baghdad which has been hit in the latest. And these are visuals on your screen of the attack showing you how smoke is rising from the site of the impact. It is the aftermath visuals of the attack. All right, my colleague Hina now joins me for more on this. Hina, it does seem that more and more non-state actors are playing active role in this conflict. We have seen Hamas, we have seen Hezbollah, and now Iraqi resistance group are also joining in, attacking US Victoria base in Baghdad.
Absolutely, Ishita. These are the fresh strikes that we are playing out on our screens, wherein US Air Force base, in fact, came under attack in Baghdad, the Iraqi capital. Now, remember, this is another front opening in where we are seeing that Houthis have become active, in fact, carrying out multiple attacks. These attacks, nobody has, in fact, taken responsibility for these attacks. But, of course, these are Iran-backed militia groups which are located in Iraq, opposing these strikes that are taking place by United States and Israel on Iranian territory. So, fresh strikes taking place, and US assets located in Iraq also now coming under attack after multiple US assets and multiple, in fact, civil infrastructure coming under attack across the Gulf region. A fresh front opening in Iraq, in Baghdad. US Air Base, of course, a US military arsenal being hit by not only Iran and not only assets in the Gulf region, but also US assets are now being targeted in Iraq, especially when you talk about the capital city of Baghdad. Back to you, Ishita.
Right, and it does seem that all of these assets coming under attack is now creating a pressure on the US. In fact, I'll come back to you, but first let's go across to the live visuals we're getting about this attack on US Victoria base in Baghdad. Now, viewers, we are reporting these developments as they happen in real time, and these are the live visuals we're getting from Baghdad, showing you the site of the impact. In this case, now US Victoria base came under attack. It was Iraqi resistance group who carried out the attack using drones, and these are live visuals showing you the impact, the damage that has been caused at the US base in Baghdad. In fact, we had earlier shown you the impact, the aftermath visuals, and in this visual you can see the moment of the attack, the explosion, in fact, as it takes place. You can see the explosion taking place in the background with the red light coming from the site of the impact. These are the live visuals we're getting you about the attack that took place on a US air base in Baghdad. It's the US Victoria base which has now come under attack by Iraqi resistance group. These are using drones and carrying out these attacks. Now remember, Iran has also been deploying this tactic of using low-cost but very effective and lethal drones to carry out these sharp and pinpointed attacks. And now Iraqi resistance groups also carrying out similar attacks. Coming back to Hina, it does seem that, Hina, we were talking about these attacks taking place on US assets, and now it does look like the pressure is growing on the Trump administration, which now says they could wind down the war in about 2 to 3 weeks.
Absolutely, Ishita. Pressure is, of course, escalating on Trump administration. But remember, earlier also we saw how Pentagon give out a press statement, in fact, where Pete Hegseth also talked about how he carried out a secret visit to the Middle East and, in fact, saw these operations taking place, interceptions also taking place live with his own eyes, which are carrying out across the Gulf region. So seems like Pentagon is not going to bow down after these attacks by the Iranian regime. Of course, nobody anticipated that this sort of attacks will take place on the part of Iranian regime. But of course, Donald Trump is also not backing down, in fact, carrying out very, very strong statements and talking about how United States is going to carry out the strikes. Of course, a 10-day hiatus is there in place, and 6th of April is the deadline which is looming in this war. But also remember that strikes have not stopped till now, which is a clear deviation from what Donald Trump has said earlier, that the strikes will halt for 10 days. But the 6th of April deadline is looming, Ishita, and these attacks carrying out, in fact, this particular attack that carried out on the US Victoria base in Iraq is, in fact, carried out by the Iranian drones. So drone arsenal being used by Iran, and of course another front opening there, and Houthis also in Yemen are very active. Of course, also remember that Houthis control a very important area in Iraq, where we know that it is very close to the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is the strait number 2, which can in fact be blocked absolutely by Houthis, and if it does happen, it's going to again have a huge blow on the global
so much
energy crisis.
for joining us with more details. I'll come back to you for more developments. And now, viewers, we're getting more and more developments about the attacks taking place against Israeli targets. Now, the latest one has been carried carried out by the Yemeni armed forces. Houthis, in fact, have been targeting Israeli military sites, and they say that the operation was conducted jointly with our Mujahideen brothers in Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and by Allah's grace successfully achieved its objective. So it does also see how religion angle is now being explored or being used by these non-state actors, including Iranian proxies such as Hezbollah, which has now become more active in its operations against Israel. And these are the latest operations carried out by Houthis against Israeli enemy targets in southern Palestine with a barrage of ballistic missiles. So we are looking at more and more missiles now being fired, not just from Iran's landscape, but also from Yemen's landscape by Houthis, as well as from Lebanon by Hezbollah. All right, Hina, coming back to you for more on this. Hina, it does seem that Iran's axis of resistance is now becoming more and more active. We had seen Hezbollah becoming active earlier, but now Houthis also playing a very active role, firing ballistic missiles towards Israeli targets.
Absolutely, Ishita. Axis of resistance, in fact, absolutely active here. We have earlier seen how Hezbollah carried out multiple strikes across Israel. Of course, Hamas in Gaza, we have seen those pictures playing out in Gaza, absolute destruction there. And now Houthi is also becoming active in Yemen, another front opening in this war, and no end in sight. But these strikes that we're talking about, Ishita, these are the fresh strikes carried out by Houthis on Israeli military targets. Now remember, Israel is now being bombarded not just by Iran, not just by Hezbollah, but also Houthis. So three-pronged attack on Israeli territory, multiple areas coming under attack in central Israel, and of course a huge dent to the military sites located in Israel. Of course, we must not also forget that there is a backing of United States to Israel also. We have earlier seen how $4 billion of defense deal between Israel and US. United States absolutely supporting Israel as far as defense security is concerned for Israel. Israel has also its Iron Dome as well to protect its territory. But
all right, thanks enough for joining us, for giving us all the details about how Iranian proxies are now becoming more active in this conflict. And now we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, according to reports, how a US A-10 Warthog attack aircraft is now being attacked towards the Middle East.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. can see the end of war coming soon. Marco Rubio says the U.S. will have to re-examine ties with NATO once the war against Iran comes to an end. Donald Trump tells the U.S. media on Iran's uranium stockpile, says it is deeply buried and very difficult to extract. Iran media claims Tehran will now target firms that aided the war, names major giants including Microsoft, Apple as well as Google. Israel's defense minister Katz now says will continue to occupy Lebanon until Hezbollah is wiped out.
viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where reports are indicating that a US A-10 Warthog attack aircraft has been deployed toward the Middle East. Now, this is according to American media reports. Now, flight tracking data shows that another 6 A-10s have departed from Pease Air National Guard base on 31st of March and flew to RAF, which is Royal Air Force Base, Lakenith in the UK, suggesting a continued build-up or repositioning of US air assets amid rising regional tensions. So this is the latest breaking that we are tracking, where attack aircraft being deployed across the Middle East. Now this, as Donald Trump in fact claims that the war may end in 1 to 2 weeks. In fact, in the latest, he talked about how he is anticipating that the war may finish in 2 to 3 weeks. And now we are seeing that multiple US military assets being deployed across the Middle East region. Earlier, we also saw how aircraft carriers have been deployed across the Middle East region. In fact, one aircraft carrier also came under attack, Gerald Ford I'm talking about. And these are the latest reports where US A-10 Warthog attack aircraft has now been deployed toward the Middle East. So, of course, escalation in this war. And now, viewers, US President Donald Trump has also commented on the new regime in Iran, which he claims amid talks of possible ceasefire in the ongoing West Asia war. Now, he claims that the new Iranian regime is better than the past regime. He additionally goes on to say, in fact, alleges in light of Iran's threat to US companies in West Asia, and says that Iran is decimated amid US strikes to the point of not being able to have nuclear weapons. Let's listen into what Donald Trump has said.
When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant. Now, it's possible that we'll have a deal because they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal more than I want.
Breaking news where massive protests are taking place in Bhopal, in fact, in Madhya Pradesh, where people are protesting over murder of a youth. We'll try and get you more details, but these are the visuals that are taking place of massive protest taking place in Bhopal, in Madhya Pradesh, over a murder of a youth. You can see how police personnel are deployed here in Bhopal to, in fact, tackle the situation. Bhopal murder youth case. And the visuals that we're getting you live from Bhopal of the protests that are taking place. This is in regards to a killing of a youth that led to these protests in Madhya Pradesh. And these protests, in fact, are taking place in Bhopal.
उसका आवागमन में बाधा उत्पन्न कर रहे थे। उनको हम लोगों ने कई देर तक सुबह से पूरा बल लगा हुआ था, पूरा बल अच्छे से तैनात हुआ था ताकि सभी को शांति व्यवस्था कायम रह सके। और फाइनली जब उनको समझा के हम लोगों ने अब तितर-बितर कर दिया। लाठीचार्ज? नहीं, लाठीचार्ज किसी तरह का नहीं हुआ है। हम लोगों ने उनको समझा के तितर-बितर किया। आरोपी जो मुख्य आरोपी उसके नहीं, पुलिस अपनी कार्रवाई करती है और पुलिस ने 2 आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार पहले भी किया और अभी जो भी एक आरोपी है वो उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
इसको मतलब इंटेलिजेंस के फील्ड मान लीजिए उस समय पुलिस बल नहीं था जहाँ पर जिस घटना हो गई थी, यहाँ पे काफी देर बाद पुलिस बल
नहीं, पुलिस के पास पूर्व से इंटेलिजेंस रहती है और कल से ही हमारी इस चीज़ की तैयारी थी कि कुछ लोग यहाँ पे आके इकट्ठा होने वाले हैं और हमारा समय पे पूरा बल तैनात है।
So that was, in fact, police personnel talking about the details of the case. I have my colleague Satya Vijay also joining us live to get us more details. Satya Vijay, we are getting reports of a 35 to 36-year-old man, in fact, being brutally murdered. It was a stabbing case. What is the latest on it and what are now people demanding? All right, I'll try and get back to Satyavijay, but these are the latest visuals of the protest taking place. Now remember, a youth in fact was murdered, about 35 to 36-year-old.
हम लोग कुछ बोल नहीं रहे, आक्रोश दिखा रहे हैं ये लोग, हमें मार रहे हैं। हम कोई आतंकवादी नहीं है, हम कोई आतंकवादी नहीं है, हम हमारे भाई का इंसाफ मांग रहे, हम हमारे भाई का इंसाफ मांग रहे। पुलिस हमें मार रही है, हमने गलत नहीं किया, हम हाथ जोड़ रहे, तो भी ऐसे उग्रवादी आतंकवादियों को छोड़ा जा रहा है, उनको प्रोटेक्शन दिया जा रहा है, उन्हें प्रोटेक्शन दिया जा रहा है, प्रोटेक्शन मुसलमानों को प्रोटेक्शन दिया जा रहा है, हमें मारा जा रहा है। हमारी सरकार हमें मार रही है, और क्या इंसाफ मिलेगा हमें मार डालो, हमें मार डालो।
So massive reactions trickling in from ground. I have my colleague Satyavijay to get us more details. Satyavijay, these are protests in fact taking place outside CM's office, CM's house, in fact residence. And over the murder of a youth, a 35 to 36-year-old person we are talking about. What is the latest in this case and what exactly are the protesters saying from ground now?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, भोपाल के अशोका गार्डन थाना क्षेत्र में 2 दिन पहले एक हत्याकांड हुआ था, जिसमें कि हिंदू युवक की हत्या की गई थी और हत्या करने वाले जो लोग थे वो सभी मुस्लिम समाज के बताए जा रहे हैं। इसके विरोध में आज सकल हिंदू समाज और हिंदू संगठनों ने विरोध प्रदर्शन रखा था। रोशनपुरा से वो सीएम हाउस तक पैदल मार्च था उनका, और उन्हें जो है सीएम को ज्ञापन सौंपना था। इस दौरान जो आक्रोशित लोग हैं वो काफी ज्यादा भड़क गए और एक साथ इकट्ठा हुए, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने इन लोगों को वहां से हटाने के लिए हल्का बल प्रयोग किया है, जिसकी वजह से ये हालात वहां पर पैदा हुए।
All right. In fact, 2 individuals, 2 accused people have also been arrested by police. Now, lathi charge also being carried out on these protesters. And the police also saying that we explained them the situation nicely. It was a minor dispute. And in fact, the protest carried out outside CM's residence. Satya Prakash.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, जो हत्याकांड है उसमें 2 लोग जो हैं उन्हें पुलिस ने पहले ही अरेस्ट कर लिया था। तीसरा जो फरार आरोपी है उसके खिलाफ पुलिस ने इनाम की भी घोषणा की थी, और लेकिन स्थानीय लोगों में काफी गुस्सा था, क्योंकि छोटे से मामूली विवाद पर ये पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ, जहाँ पर एक युवक को सिर्फ थोड़ा सा टोकने पर उसकी हत्या कर दी गई थी। इसके विरोध में हिंदू संगठन के लोग काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में थे और वो चाहते थे कि जो आरोपी हैं उनके खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई हो, सख्त कार्रवाई हो, बुलडोजर एक्शन हो और उन्हें उनका एनकाउंटर किया जाए। और इन्हीं सब चीजों को लेकर लोगों में गुस्सा था, और आज वो सीएम हाउस की तरफ पैदल मार्च करते हुए गए, जहां पर की पॉलिटेक्निक चौराहे पर पुलिस ने इन्हें रोकने की कोशिश की, लेकिन जब भीड़ नहीं पुलिस की बात सुनी और इसके बाद आगे बढ़ने लगे तो पुलिस ने हल्का लाठीचार्ज किया, जिससे कि उस भीड़ को तितर-बितर किया जा सके।
And now, Satyavijay, as we are getting reactions from the protesters on site in Bhopal, we are also seeing communal tensions, in fact, erupting here, where, in fact, a bulldozer action is also being demanded against the accused property.
जी हाँ, जिस दिन से ये घटनाक्रम हुआ है, परसों जब ये हत्याकांड हुआ, उसके बाद से ही लगातार जो आरोपी हैं, जिनमें से 2 आरोपी पहले भी गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं और तीसरे आरोपी को भी लगभग जो जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया है। तो इन सभी के खिलाफ हिंदू संगठन के से जुड़े लोग और सकल हिंदू समाज से जुड़े लोग जो आज सड़कों पर उतरे, उन्होंने बुलडोजर एक्शन की मांग की है, कड़े एक्शन की मांग की है।
All right, thank you so much, Satyavijay. But would also like to get an update on the current security situation. Is the situation under control as of now, as we are talking?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, जो प्रोटेस्ट करने लोग पहुंचे थे, उन्होंने पहले से ही पुलिस को इसकी सूचना दी थी कि वो रोशनपुरा चौराहे पर एकजुट होंगे और उसके बाद विरोध प्रदर्शन करेंगे, सीएम हाउस की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। लेकिन जब एक तय सीमा के बाद सीएम हाउस से डिस्टेंस के बाद भी वो लोग नहीं रुके, इसके बाद पुलिस ने वहाँ लाठीचार्ज किया। अभी हालात वहाँ पर पूरी तरह से सामान्य है, लोग वहाँ प्रोटेस्ट अपना खत्म कर चुके हैं और उस स्थान से जो कि सीएम हाउस के बाद था वहाँ से जा चुके हैं।
Satyavijay, we are also seeing that bystanders who were present at the site of the incident near the petrol pump, in fact, they tried to save the life of this young man, but he in fact eventually succumbed to his injuries. What exactly happened at that time when he was stabbed multiple times and he died?
जी हाँ, देखिए, अशोका गार्डन थाना क्षेत्र में परसों 2 से 3 दिन पहले का पूरा घटनाक्रम है। जो युवक है उसका मामूली विवाद हुआ आरोपियों से तू मैं के बाद जो आरोपी हैं उन्होंने बिना कुछ सुने ही कई बार कर दिए इस युवक पर, जिससे कि इसकी हत्या हुई। और इस हत्याकांड के बाद पूरे इलाके में चूंकि माहौल तनावपूर्ण था, लोग चाहते थे कि जो आरोपी हैं वो निगरानी शुदा बदमाश हैं, इसलिए उनकी गिरफ्तारी होना चाहिए। दो आरोपियों को इसीलिए पुलिस ने तुरंत जैसे ही घटनाक्रम हुआ उसके बाद अरेस्ट कर लिया था। तीसरे की तलाश जारी थी और उसके खिलाफ इनाम भी घोषित किया था। लेकिन जो स्थानीय लोग हैं उनका गुस्सा थमने का नाम नहीं ले रहा था, क्योंकि इसमें जो हत्याकांड हुआ है इसमें पीड़ित युवक जो है वो हिंदू है और जो आरोपी हैं सभी आदतन अपराधी और मुस्लिम समाज से आते हैं। और इसीलिए वहाँ के जो हिंदू रहवासी लोग हैं और सकल हिंदू समाज से जुड़े जो लोग हैं वो आज सड़कों पर उतरे थे, उन्होंने विरोध।
सत्य विजय, अभी भी पुलिस की रेड जारी है या फिर जो अक्यूज्ड है वो अरेस्ट, 2 अक्यूज तो अरेस्ट हो चुके हैं, क्या और भी रेड्स चल रही हैं पुलिस की तरफ से?
देखिए, 2 आरोपी पहले ही गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं। तीसरा जो आरोपी फरार था, जिस पर कि 30,000 का इनाम घोषित किया था, उसकी तलाश जारी है। और हमारे पास जो इनपुट्स है उसके मुताबिक पुलिस ने उसे भी जो है डिटेन कर लिया है। और इस तरह के इनपुट्स भी है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो तीसरा आरोपी है, चूंकि लोगों में गुस्सा है, तो ऐसे में उसका शॉर्ट एनकाउंटर जैसी स्थिति भी हो सकती है। पुलिस अगर ऐसी स्थिति बनती है कि वो भागने की कोशिश करता है या कुछ, तो
All right, viewers, we are getting, in fact, these are the latest updates we are getting from Bhopal, where massive protests are taking place in Madhya Pradesh after the killing of a young man over a minor altercation that took place near the petrol pump. And now Hindu organizations, Hindu people demanding action against the Muslim youths who they claim are accused. Now police have already arrested 2 individuals in this case, and the search for the 3rd individual is on, police carrying out multiple raids. All right, viewers, so we are getting another big breaking news where a drone targeted an oil storage facility belonging to the British company Castrol in Iraqi Kurdistan. Now, drone strikes carried out against, in fact, on this oil facility located in Iraqi Kurdistan. These are the latest updates that we are getting of a drone strike in Iraq. Now remember, Iraq becoming another volatile region in this war in West Asia, and oil facilities now in Iraq are also coming under attack. Now this belonged to a British company, so UK assets located in Iraq also now under attack amid these drone strikes that are taking place. Oil storage facility belonging to a British company. All right, I have with me Major General KK Sinha, defense expert, to get us more perspective on this news. Major General, this is another big news that we are seeing, where now UK assets located across the region are also coming under attack. This, as Donald Trump says, that US allies can fend for themselves, and now UK assets also in danger. Do you anticipate any sort of a pushback from United Kingdom?
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. See, your question is regarding that UK joining this effort, what they are doing in the Middle East. Up till now, they have resisted. The 2 aspects, which is very, very important, they have given their airspace for the use, because some air asset is also being sifted, and it's carried out, it's refueling into the UK itself, and then they come to the, this battle zone. One aspect is that. The second thing, earlier they were not permitting. The second aspect, Digogasia, which they were not, ready to, because it is a UK base, and they have given, of course, the United States of America has got its assets over there, and they have allowed them, with the lease. They wanted to give it, but they have permitted from there also to use it. Now, you are saying about what is happening into the Iraq. In Iraq, there are a number of forces are there. There is a French troops also there, basically in the Erbil area, Kurdistan, which you are saying, and also the northwest of, in this area of Erbil. there are American assets and the American bases out there. That is a continuous attack by, basically, it is the Qatar Hezbollah, which is, aligned towards the Iran, and they are carrying out this, attacks. So now this company, which is the oil company, which has been hit, French, also the soldier has been killed. They were carrying out, directly attack to them. The Iraq is getting the punishment maximum over and above what is happening into the Persian Gulf. When we say GCC state, Iraq is also, because they have got apprehension that, something can come from the Iraq side. Earlier, beginning after 28th of February, there was, after 6-7 days, that the Kurds, the Kurd will join this, and they were, they basically, which is on the northwest of Iran, and also the Kurdistan, the bigger one. So that has petered out. So UK joining directly, sending its effort. They have sent a submarine. Mind you, in Arabian Sea, there is a submarine of UK which is there. In my judgment, if the United States goes for, actually they want to carry out, say, amphibious landing or air assault by the 82 Air Assault Division, then UK will join. As for other countries of Europe, basically France, Germany, Spain, they are totally against it. But UK willy-nilly, they will permit. The Starmer has not been given this. He is against that. But I think, because that is the way the UK and US relationship are, they will join and they will find that there are chances of Hormuz getting opened. They may join and jump into that because they have sent the effort. They are also planning to send some, your maritime efforts into the area of Persian Gulf. So
Absolutely.
That rests over there. Let's see how it goes.
Yes, Major General Sinha would also like to ask from you, because we are seeing earlier attacks taking place in Cyprus as well, and there are a lot of reports as well of false flag operations, and given the history of the United States and the posture that it is in right now, we can anticipate that this could be a false flag operation as well. But I would also like to get your thoughts on Bab al-Mandeb, which is a Strait 2, which is now, in fact, looking at a potential threat from Yemen's Houthis.
Yeah, your question regarding Bab al-Mandeb, basically, this is also a choke point like, state of Hormuz. Bab al-Mandeb, especially with the Houthis in Yemen, they were able to block it in the Red Sea, the traffic. And mind you, in the beginning of the conflict, which started in 2023, there was an operation called Operation Prosperity Guardian. 12 countries joined it. UK, France, Germany, they all joined. But they were, slowly they got away from it because they realized that, Houthis are very effective. Bab al-Mandeb, through which about 12% of, your energy flows over there, and overall the, commercial, movement over there is much more. And Houthis has got the capability because it's a very, very small, narrow lane, spite of the fact that, Djibouti is there. Djibouti is where the Americans' base is there. There is Chinese base there. There are French base there, which is just next to that. But they're not able to control it, and Houthis have, proved them. They were sitting tight when they started this last phase, that is on 20.
Absolutely correct, Major General Sinha. Thank you so much for getting us your perspective on this latest from the war in West Asia. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news, Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Ismail Baghai spoke exclusively to Republic Media Network Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami about the allegations of regime change in Tehran. Listen in to what he had to say.
We just had a press conference, a press briefing by Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary of the United States of America.
The War Secretary, in fact.
The War Secretary. Now, he says that there has already been a regime change. And he says there's an old regime and a new regime. Trump said there are 3 regimes. He said there was an old regime, then there was a new regime, and there's a 3rd regime which has taken over. So my first question to you is there any other regime than your regime? Who heads your regime? Is there an alternative group of people from Iran who, to your information, are having a back-channel dialogue, an advanced back-channel dialogue with the Americans?
Let's see what is happening. regardless of all the rhetorics or the contradictory remarks, what happened as of 28 February is an act of war, an illegal war imposed on the Iranian nation. So we are talking about a country, a civilizational state that has come under an egregious act of aggression for a second time during the past 9 months. And you know, this was not the first time that the United States torpedoed the negotiating table while we were talking together and attacked a proud nation. For what? They don't know. They said because there was an imminent threat from Iran. Then Pentagon immediately rejected that. They said there was no imminent threat. They talked about Iranian nuclear program, Iranian nuclear weapon, something that has never existed. Our nuclear program has been absolutely peaceful. And by the way, in June, they claimed that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Everyone has come to recognize that this is a war of whims. This is an illegal war imposed not only on Iran, but also on the whole region, with the consequences for the whole international community. We are a united nation. We are a government that is coming from a popular revolution in 1979 as part of our right to self-determination. So whatever they say, they can say it for themselves, but what is clear is that we are a nation of resilience. We are a government that is coming from a popular revolution, and this is an efficient, sophisticated system, despite the fact that they assassinated our leader, our commanders. The whole nation is united in defending our territory, our sovereignty, and our dignity against this barbaric act of aggression.
And now viewers, in an exclusive conversation with Republic Media Network, Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Ismail Baghai also spoke on whether there were any talks on back-channel lines between Washington and Tehran. Listen in to this conversation.
But who is speaking to the United States of America? Because Trump claims that there is a negotiation going on, and he said that those who are negotiating with him have, as a gesture of goodwill, promised to send 20 boats full of oil through the Straits of Hormuz. He has shown that he's been talking about this as some kind of proof that there is a negotiation going on, which is being officially denied by you.
Look, there has been communication, there has been messages sent through mediators, including Pakistan, to Iran, requesting for diplomacy. But you can imagine what would be the reaction of not only Iranians, but also the whole international community toward the Americans' claim of diplomacy. We have already experienced that diplomatic overture with them. In June, they attacked Iran when we were negotiating, just 1 day or 2 days before the 6th round of negotiation. This time, on 28 February, just 2 days after we negotiated and we agreed to meet again in Vienna for discussing the technical details of a possible agreement. Again, they attacked Iran. So whenever they talk about diplomacy, everyone should approach it with a lot of suspicion. But apart from that, as I said, yes, there has been a communication, messages sent via mediators to Iran. Our position has been very clear. While we are under constant bombardment and missiles, our nation is focused on defending itself.
Taking a short break, coming up, Iran threatens targeting US firms that aided the war, names major giants including Microsoft, Apple and Google.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi getting you the latest coming in here on Republic TV. We'll track all the latest coming in from battleground Tamil Nadu. A lot of breaking updates, but the headlines first. Let's get started. PM Modi in Pole-bound Assam set to address the second election rally shortly.
इन्होंने कांग्रेस का राज का वो काला दौर नहीं देखा, जब असम से सिर्फ बम, बंदूक, दंगों और कर्फ्यू की ही खबरें आती थी।
PM takes on Congress, says it prioritizes and protects infiltrators over citizens. Union Minister Ramdas Athawale sparks massive speculation in Tamil Nadu, says BJP will form alliance with Vijay's TVK. EC ordered suspension and probe against a video in West Bengal's Nadia district following violence at a pole training venue.
Pinay Vijayan CPM led IDF to release its manifesto today.
Just fill up like you normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country. The months ahead may not be easy. I want to be upfront about that. No government can promise to eliminate the pressures that this war is causing. I can promise we will do everything we can to protect Australia from the worst of it. These are uncertain times, but I'm absolutely certain of this. We will deal with these global challenges the Australian way, working together and looking after each other, as we always have. Thank you and good evening.
Okay, viewers, just hearing that live address. This is Australian Prime Minister Albanese addressing the nation as the Iran war has pushed the oil prices higher. So that is address that we were just hearing. He's delivering a rare address setting out the government's response to the Iran war, which has disrupted energy supplies and driven up global oil prices. And we just heard him speaking there. Address is coming as a temporary cut to fuel excise takes effect, which is a broader effort to ease cost pressure on households and businesses. So Australian PM asked citizens to move to public transport because of the energy situation that is playing out. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And the Australian Prime Minister asking citizens to move to public transport amidst the energy crisis. So that's a very rare address that we are seeing of the Australian Prime Minister. And he has talked about the challenges due to oil shortage. Let's move ahead, getting some more breaking news. Prime Minister Modi to chair the CCS meet at 7 p.m. tonight. Prime Minister Modi to chair the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. This is a very important update that we're getting for our viewers. This will happen tonight itself. PM Modi will be chairing the Cabinet Committee meeting on security. That will be happening today itself. That will happen approximately around 7 p.m. according to the latest that we are getting for our viewers. So back to what is coming in here on Republic TV. PM Modi will be chairing the CCS meeting to review the situation. And he had chaired a meeting around a week back as well, where he held a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting last time to review the situation and mitigating measures in the context of the ongoing West Asia conflict. So he held a similar meeting around a week ago. And one more meeting is due today. This will happen around 7 p.m. tonight. So PM Modi will be chairing the CCS meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. And last time, PM Modi had said that the West Asia conflict is an evolving situation and the entire world is affected in some form or the other. So the last meeting was about the West Asia conflict. Another meeting will be taking place today at 7 p.m. So PM Modi to chair the CCS meeting at 7 p.m. We had also seen earlier that in the last meeting, the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, had given a
पराजय की सेंचुरी लगाने वाले हैं। साथियों, मेरे इस विश्वास की वजह डबल इंजन सरकार का काम है। यहां इतनी सारी बहनें आई हैं। बीते 10-11 सालों में महिलाओं की सुरक्षा हो या महिलाओं की कमाई की बात हो महिलाओं की पढ़ाई की बात हो, हर स्तर पर अभूतपूर्व काम हुआ है। लखपति दीदी अभियान के तहत असम की लाखों बहनें लखपति बन चुकी है और अभी जो संकल्प पत्र हम असम बीजेपी ने जारी किया है उसमें घोषणा की गई है कि आने वाले समय में 40 लाख बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाएंगे। 40 लाख बहनें यानी असम के 40 लाख परिवारों में लखपति दीदी होगी। आप सोचिए गांव की अर्थव्यवस्था में कितना बड़ा बदलाव आने वाला है। इतना ही नहीं, असम बीजेपी ने अरुणोदय स्कीम का दायरा बढ़ाने की भी घोषणा की है। इससे लाखों बहनों को बहुत फायदा होगा। केंद्र सरकार की मुद्रा योजना से भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में बहनों को बैंकों से सस्ते और आसान लोन मिल रहे हैं। इससे बहनें आसानी से अपना कोई स्वरोजगार कर रही है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार महिलाओं को अपने घर की मालकिन बना रही है। गरीबों को जो पक्के घर मिल रहे हैं उसमें भी काफी सारी रजिस्ट्रियां घर की महिला सदस्य के नाम की जा रही है। अभी तक असम में 22 लाख परिवारों को पक्के घर मिल चुके हैं। यह आंकड़ा आपको याद रहेगा? जरा बताइए ना, याद रहेगा? मैं दोबारा बताता हूं। 22 लाख परिवारों को पक्के घर मिले हैं। कितने? जरा जोर से बोलिए, कितने? कितने? 22 लाख परिवार, सोचिए। और असम बीजेपी आने वाले समय में 15 लाख और गरीब परिवारों के घर का सपना पूरा करने जा रही है। आप मेरा एक काम करेंगे? जरा हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, मेरा एक काम करेंगे? पक्का करेंगे? देखिए, आप इस चुनाव प्रचार में जब जाएंगे, बूथ में जाएंगे और किसी का घर कच्चा है, कोई अगर झोपड़ी में रहता है, कोई फुटपाथ पे रहता है, तो उसको जाकर के बताना कि मोदी जी ने वादा किया है कि आपका घर भी पक्का बन के रहेगा। मेरे लिए आप ही मोदी हैं। आप घर घर जाके मेरी तरफ से बताएंगे, जो भी गरीब है उनको वादा करके आ जाइए। आप जो वादा करके आएंगे मैं पूरा कर दूंगा। साथियों, ये जो पक्के घर बनेंगे ना, अनेक घर महिलाओं के नाम पर बनेंगे। घर हो, टॉयलेट हो, बिजली, पानी और गैस का कनेक्शन हो, ऐसी सारी सुविधाओं से असम की बहनों का जीवन बदल रहा है। साथियों, विकसित असम के निर्माण में हमारे नौजवानों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। इसके लिए असम में अच्छी सड़कों की, अच्छे ब्रिज की और आधुनिक रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी की बहुत जरूरत है। इससे खेती को भी फायदा होता है, उद्योगों के लिए भी आसानी होती है और टूरिज्म भी बढ़ता है। यही वो सेक्टर है जिसमें बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में नौजवानों के लिए, बेटे बेटियों के लिए रोजगार बनते हैं। साथियों, 10 साल पहले तक जब कोई आसाम आता था तो असम की बदहाली को देखकर हैरान होते थे। आज असम की कनेक्टिविटी को देखकर लोग खुशियों से भर जाते हैं। एक सकारात्मक हैरानी होती है। अभी कुछ ही समय पहले दुनिया ने असम का वो हाईवे भी देखा है, याद है आपको? ऐसा हाईवे, असम का हाईवे, जहां लड़ाकू विमान हाईवे पर उतर रहे हैं।
सीधा प्रसारण आप देख रहे थे प्रधानमंत्री की असम में रैली में। और जहां
Okay, Prime Minister Modi there holding his second rally in Assam, and once again talking about various developments. He's speaking about women empowerment, talking about houses, saying that around 22 lakh families have gotten houses. And earlier he was speaking specifically on Viksit Assam. So that was one of the very important statements from the addresses that he has been making today in Assam. This is a huge update coming in as Prime Minister Modi is speaking in these public rallies and highlighting development.
और इस पर करीब 18,500 करोड़ रुपया खर्च किए जाएंगे। ये 18,500 करोड़ रुपया टनल तो बनेगी, लेकिन ये रुपया असम में लगने वाला है, यहां के लोगों का फायदा होने वाला है। साथियों, इस अंडर वाटर टनल के बनने से नुमालीगढ़ और गोहरपुर के बीच की दूरी बहुत कम हो जाएगी। इससे असम की बाकी नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कनेक्टिविटी और बेहतर होगी। जब ये बनेगी तब तो फायदा होगा ही, लेकिन निर्माण के समय भी इससे अनेक रोजगार भी मिलने वाले हैं। साथियों, बीजेपी असम की एक और बड़ी परेशानी को दूर करने के लिए ईमानदारी से प्रयास कर रही है। ये परेशानी बाढ़ की है, भूमि कटाव की है। अभी इसके लिए सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट पर काम चल रहा है। असम बीजेपी ने घोषणा की है कि बाढ़ और भूमि कटाव से बचाव के लिए 18,000 करोड़ रुपए और खर्च किए जाएंगे। ये बहुत बड़ा काम होने जा रहा है। साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार का एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य असम को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का भी है। ये काम दशकों पहले शुरू होना चाहिए था, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने असम के सामर्थ्य के साथ न्याय नहीं किया। आज हमारी सरकार असम के सामर्थ्य को असम के विकास में लगा रही है। जैसे पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर है, बीते एक दशक में असम में पेट्रोलियम और पेट्रोकेमिकल उद्योगों को हमने बहुत बदल दिया है। मुझे ये बताते हुए बहुत गर्व है कि आज असम कच्चे तेल के उत्पादन में नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहा है। पेट्रोल, डीजल और गैस का उत्पादन बहुत अधिक बढ़ रहा है। आज जब दुनिया भर में तेल और गैस का संकट है, तब असम भारत को बहुत बड़ी ताकत दे रहा है। और इसलिए मैं कहता था ए फॉर असम, अल्फाबेट का ए असम का ए। साथियों, पूरा देश जानता है कि कांग्रेस विकास विरोधी है। कांग्रेस आजाद भारत में भ्रष्टाचार की जननी है। लेकिन असम में तो कांग्रेस ने ऐसे ऐसे पाप किए हैं जो सिर्फ आप जानते हैं, असम की जनता जानती है। कांग्रेस ने असम की आत्मा, असम की शान, पहचान और सुरक्षा से खिलवाड़ किया है। साथियों, आजादी के बाद से ही कांग्रेस ने सत्ता के लिए असमिया पहचान को दांव पर लगाया है। कांग्रेस ने असम के हितों से हमेशा समझौता ही किया है। कांग्रेस का सबसे बड़ा पाप घुसपैठियों को मुख्य धारा में शामिल करने का रहा है। अपनी सत्ता को बचाए रखने के लिए कांग्रेस ने यहां ये अवैध कब्जे होने दिए। बाहर से लोग आते थे और जहां मर्जी बस्ती बसा लेते थे। देखते ही देखते असम की लाखों बीघा जमीन अवैध कब्जे के तहत चली गई। साथियों, यहां जो हमारे सत्र है, नामघर है, ये हमारी आस्था के स्थान है। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने असम के अलग अलग जिलों में सत्र की हजारों बीघा भूमि पर अवैध कब्जे होने दिए। वोट बैंक को बचाने के लिए अवैध कब्जे होने दिए। जहां कीर्तन, बोरगीत और भागवत से समाज का जुड़ाव होता, वहां कांग्रेस ने घुसपैठियों को बसा दिया। आज बीजेपी सरकार अवैध कब्जों के खिलाफ एक्शन ले रही है। बीते सालों में सत्र से जुड़ी ऐसी हजारों बीघा जमीन से अवैध कब्जे हटाए हैं। साथियों, कांग्रेस की दुर्नीति ने असम की शान, यहां की सेंचुरी को, जंगलों को और एक सिंग वाले राइनो तक को नहीं छोड़ा। लाओ खोवा बुराचा पोरी में क्या हालत थी, ये आप सभी ने देखा है। लाओ खोवा बुराचा पोरी सेंचुरी अभी राइनो का घर हुआ करता था। कांग्रेस ने राइनो का घर छीनकर अपने वोट बैंक को दे दिया। इसलिए यहां राइनो को देखने के लिए लोग तरस गए। इसका सीधा असर टूरिज्म पर पड़ा, आपकी रोजी रोटी पर पड़ा, आपके रोजगार पर पड़ने लगा। साथियों, आपने बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार बनाई और हमारी सरकार ने अवैध कब्जे को हटाया। अब 40 साल बाद इस सेंचुरी में फिर से एक सिंग वाले राइनो दिखने लगे हैं। ये सिर्फ घुसपैठियों से जमीन वापस लेने का अभियान नहीं है, ये असम की पहचान, असम की परंपरा और प्रकृति को घुसपैठियों से बचाने का अभियान है। लेकिन आपको सावधान भी रहना है। कांग्रेस अब खुलकर अवैध कब्जे के पक्ष में आ गई है। कांग्रेस खुलकर घुसपैठियों का बचाव कर रही है। इसलिए आपका एक वोट असम की सुरक्षा तय करेगा। घुसपैठ और घुसपैठियों के इरादे पस्त करेगा। आपोनार एटा भोटे अहोमोर हुरेखा सुनिश्चित करीब अनुप्रवेशारो अनुप्रवेशकारी उद्देश्य विफल करीब। साथियों, एक तरफ बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार घुसपैठियों से अवैध कब्जा छुड़ा रही है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ यहां के संतानों को भूमि के अधिकार दे रही है।
We're starting with some more breaking news coming in. Union Minister Ramdas Athawale has sparked a massive speculation in Tamil Nadu. Athawale has said that BJP will form an alliance with Vijay's TVK in Tamil Nadu. This is a huge breaking news update that we're getting for you in poll-bound Tamil Nadu. That's right. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Union Minister Ramdas Athawale has sparked a massive speculation and has spoken about a speculation that the BJP will form an alliance with Vijay's TVK in Tamil Nadu. And Athawale says that's a big possibility and that could happen. So Union Minister sparks a massive Tamil Nadu speculation. BJP will form an alliance with Vijay's TVK. Athawale. This is very surprising because we had seen earlier that, and Sharda is joining me on this. Sharda, the TVK earlier said there will never be an alliance with the BJP because BJP is TVK's ideological opponent. So this is a very surprising statement which is coming in, Sharada.
Well, Shiva, you see, earlier the BJP was the ideological enemy of the TVK. However, there was multiple claims that both BJP and TVK were in talks while he was in Delhi about bringing the parties together to make sure up to the DMK government in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, when it was not possible, there was also rumors that Vijay was offered the position of Deputy Chief Minister and 80 seats as well. Now, it looks like there will be a post-poll alliance to make sure that if the NDA alliance is not able to score as much as possible, if it's required to approve the DMK government along with the AIADMK leading the alliance here, probably it might be a post-poll alliance that they will go for in, whereas TVK and the NDA to come together is what the Union Minister has mentioned today.
Right. Has there been... Okay, thank you for joining me all those details, Shada. Big updates coming in here from Battleground Tamil Nadu. We'll keep getting you all these updates. So the big update is that Union Minister Ramdas Athawale has sparked a massive speculation in Tamil Nadu. Athawale has said BJP will form an alliance with Vijay's TVK in Tamil Nadu. Very surprising statement which is coming in as Tamil Nadu heads to polls. We're taking a short break. Viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. The commercial LPG cylinder prices have increased across India. Food businesses brace for a hit after price hike. A US Victoria military base in Baghdad hit by fresh overnight strikes led by Iraqi separatists backed by Iran. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. It's day 33 of the war. The war has moved to its 5th week. We'll get you a lot of updates which are coming in, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Prime Minister Modi to chair a cabinet committee on security at 7 p.m. today. Government announces 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Foreign flight routes to face a full increase as passengers brace for airfare hike. A commercial LPG cylinder prices increase across India. Food businesses brace for a hit after price hike. Hours after Iranian minister's interview to Republic, Tehran moves UN strongly protests use of Gulf nation territory by US. A US victory military base in Baghdad hit by fresh overnight strikes led by Iraqi separatists backed by Iran. US backtracks on Iran's uranium as President Trump admits extracting stockpile would be hard since it would be kept underground. Iran trains guns on tech firms and issues a warning, says major tech firm officers in the Gulf are fair targets and warns them to evacuate their staff. Getting you some more updates coming in. We start off with what's happening in the West Asia conflict. The US has now moved the 3rd carrier strike group to the Middle East. Big updates coming in here. USS George H.W. Bush and 3 destroyers joined 2 aircraft carriers already stationed there. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, US President Trump has said Tehran does not have to make a deal for him to end the war, adding that the conflict could end in 2 to 3 weeks. But Iran's foreign minister says he has no faith in talks with Washington. Now, US-Israeli attacks continue across Iran. We see that pharma companies and steel plants in Isfahan are among the sites hit. Israeli attacks also continue in Lebanon as Israeli Defense Minister has said homes in south would be demolished and hundreds of thousands displaced Lebanese would not be able to return. Okay, so ongoing strikes continue. U.S. deploys third carrier strike group to Middle East. Let's go to my colleague who's joining us from a Republic newsroom, Ishita. Ishita, handing it to you. You know, we see that it's day 33 of the war and there's some developments there. Go ahead.
Right, of course, we have seen Donald Trump sending mixed signals all around. He's on one side saying that he will be winding down the war in about 2 to 3 weeks. And on the other hand, we are now looking reinforcing of U.S. strike carrier group. Now it is the third strike carrier group to arrive in Middle East. It comprises of USS George H.W. Bush as well as 3 Arleigh Burke destroyers. Now already 2 aircraft carriers are present in the region, including USS Gerald R. Ford as well as USS Abraham Lincoln. Now there were reports that USS Abraham Lincoln had taken a hit and it had to in fact shift its location due to Iranian missiles hitting the aircraft carrier. And now amidst those reports, we are looking at another strike carrier group arriving in the Middle East. It comprises of 3 destroyers as well as 1 aircraft carrier, that is a USS George H.W. Bush. So certainly it's a reinforcing of U.S. forces in the Middle East, which means that Donald Trump, while saying that he will be winding down the war in about 2 to 3 weeks, he is keeping the options of active combat alive at the same time by reinforcing more forces and bringing in another carrier group to the region.
That's right. We're getting some more updates which are coming in right now. We will be getting a viewers more updates, Ishita. In fact, we are getting some more updates coming in against 4 Arab states over use of their territory in attacks. We are seeing Iran has strongly protested the use of the territory and airspace of the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Kuwait in recent US and Israeli attacks against the country, calling on the 4 Arab states to uphold good neighborly relations and prevent any further use of their territory against Iran. In separate letters to the United Nations Secretary General and the Security Council on Tuesday, Iran's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations has said under international law, states bear responsibility if the territory is made available for acts of aggression or armed attacks against a third country. So we see that these are updates coming in. Iran is filing a UN protest over use of their territory in attacks. These are the top updates which we are getting for our viewers. Iran files UN protests against 4 Gulf nations. So Iran going ahead and going to the UN and complaining there regarding the latest which is coming in. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Okay, Iran files UN protest against 4 Arab states over use of the territory in attacks. Iran has protested the use of the territory. And remember also, you know, Ishita, Iran has been striking the US bases and military sites in these Gulf nations too. So this is a very important development which is coming in.
Right, of course. Shvangi, we have seen that Iran from day one has been protesting against the use of the territory of these Gulf nations in the attacks against its territory. And now it has taken this protest one step further by, in fact, lodging a protest at the United Nations against these Gulf countries, including United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as well as Kuwait. Now, their territories have been used to launch attacks against Iran. Their air bases of the United States, as well as its ports, have now been used to launch attacks. And now Iran protesting essentially against that, taking this protest to United Nations, saying that all the 4 Arab states, they need to uphold good neighborly relations and prevent any further use of their territory against Iran. And there have been separate letters, in fact, which have been sent to United Nations Secretary General as well as Security Council on Tuesday. Now in this in fact, Shivangi, Iran's ambassador and permanent representative to the UN, Amir Saeed Iravani, has said that under international laws, these states bear responsibility if their territory is made available for the acts of aggression or armed attacks against a third country. So also justifying the attacks Iran has been carrying out against the US and Israeli assets all across the Gulf nations. It has lodged its protest saying that you are the ones who are allowing US and Israel to use your territory for attacks against Iran, and Iran in response can attack US and Israeli targets in these regions. So essentially also calling them
That's right, Ashita.
Relations.
Yes, Ashita, coming back to you for more on the story. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. We're getting a statement which has come in where Qatar has made a big statement about an oil tanker which has been hit. So oil tanker was hit in strikes, Qatari oil tanker. Aqua 1 targeted in a missile attack. That's what Qatar Energy is saying. Oil tanker hit in these strikes. And remember, this is coming in the backdrop of, like we were discussing, the Gulf nations saying that a lot of their tankers, a lot of their sites, energy sites, and a lot of their areas are being targeted as well. So that's collateral damage that we can see. So Qatar Energy claims that oil tanker has been hit in strikes. So we're getting you all these updates coming in. It's not just the US-Israeli strikes across Iran, but we are seeing that when it comes to Gulf nations, the Gulf nations are saying that their oil tanker has been hit, So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is coming in as Qatar and the UAE have held talks on the Iran war amid efforts to restore stability in the Middle East. All right, as Israel's aggressive bombardment against Hezbollah continues, we are getting these updates coming in where Israel has made it very, very clear that they will continue to target the southern Lebanon region. Defense minister threatened to destroy all houses along the southern Lebanon border and the nearby villages. Israel has warned that it will destroy all the houses in the Lebanese villages, and around 6 lakh people who fled the south will not be allowed home until northern Israel is secure. He further added Israeli troops would stay in an area seized during its invasion. Take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest.
Israel is trying to push Hezbollah militants out of southern Lebanon. But Hezbollah continues to resist, firing rockets across the border into Israel. And now, Israel's defense minister says the campaign could morph into a prolonged occupation along the southern parts of Lebanon.
בסיומה של הפעולה, צה"ל התייצב במרחב ביטחון בתוך לבנון, בקו הגנה מול טילי הנ"ט, וישלוט ביטחונית בכל המרחב עד הליטני, כולל גשרי הליטני שנשארו, תוך חיסול כוחות רדואן שחדרו למרחב והשמדת כל אמצעי הלחימה שנמצאים שם. בנוסף, תאסר באופן מוחלט חזרתם דרומית לליטני, שלמעלה מ-600,000 תושבי דרום לבנון שהתפנו צפונה עד שיובטח ביטחונם ושלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israel wants to take control of approximately 30 kilometers of land north of the Israeli-Lebanon border. Defense Minister Katz also said that villages along the region would be evacuated.
כל הבתים בכפרים סמוכי הגבול בלבנון יהרסו, בהתאם למודל רפיח ובית חנון בעזה, כדי להסיר אחת ולתמיד את האיומים סמוכי הגבול מעל תושבי הצפון.
Meanwhile, the ongoing Israeli operation inside Lebanon is exacting a heavy toll. The Israeli representative to the United Nations Security Council said that the death of 3 UN peacekeepers in the region were due to an explosive set-off by the Hezbollah.
אנחנו נחושים להפריד את לבנון מזירת איראן ולעקור את שיני הנחש ולהסיר מהחיזבאללה את יכולת האיום ולשנות אחת ולתמיד את המצב בלבנון עם נוכחות ביטחונית של צה"ל במקומות נדרשים, תוך אכיפה קפדנית והרתעה מוחלטת. בדיוק כמו בסוריה ובעזה, כך גם בלבנון.
The war inside Lebanon is also exacting a toll on the IDF. 4 IDF soldiers were killed and 2 others were injured. Citizens are paying the price for the Israeli invasion into Lebanon. As per reports, more than 12 lakh people have been displaced from Lebanon since the outbreak of the war, and the number is only expected to rise further.
Iranian Deputy Parliament Speaker says Hormuz Strait will not be open. Deputy Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. Strait of Hormuz will not be open. We have not held any negotiations and we will not hold them. Deputy Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, decisions on war, peace and negotiations is within the authority of the Supreme Leader and no permission has been issued for negotiation. So, Iranian Deputy Parliament Speaker says Hormuz Strait will not open. Deputy Speaker of the Iranian Parliament making it clear. Now, the Strait of Hormuz has been taken hostage by Iran. They said that they will not be opening it and they will only let friendly vessels past and they will be tolling ships. So, Iranian leader saying that the Strait of Hormuz will not be open. So, back-to-back updates coming in. Iranian Parliament leader says we will not negotiate. This is a big update coming in from Iran. Iran has maintained this position. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Australian PM says Australians are paying the price of the war. Australian PM makes it clear. Not an active participant. Australian PM speaks of huge oil crisis in next few months. Months ahead of will not be easy, says Albanese. So we saw a rare address by the Australian Prime Minister a short while back, where he has asked the citizens to take public transport because of the ongoing energy crisis. And months ahead will not be easy. That's what the Australian Prime Minister is saying. In fact, this is coming in the backdrop of the latest updates that we are getting. Australian PM says Australians paying the price of war, and Australian PM makes it clear not an active participant. Australian PM speaks of huge oil crisis in next few months. And this is coming as months ahead will not be easy, says Albanese. Australians paying the price of war.
We're an optimistic country, but I understand that right now it's hard to be positive. The war in the Middle East has caused the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history. Australia is not an active participant in this war, but all Australians are paying higher prices because of it. I know that you're seeing this at the servo and at the supermarket, and I understand farmers and truckies, small businesses and families are doing it tough. And the reality is, the economic shocks caused by this war will be with us for months. Tonight, I want to speak directly with you about what the government is doing to shield Australia in these uncertain times, and also what all of us can do to help our country and help each other in the period ahead. On Monday, National Cabinet adopted the National Fuel Security Plan. Leaders from both sides of politics, from right around the country, working together to keep Australia moving, making sure that we are prepared so that if the global situation gets worse and our fuel supplies are seriously disrupted over the long term, we can coordinate the next steps together. Today, we cut the fuel excise in half, cutting the tax on every litre of petrol by 26 cents. Those savings have started showing up at your petrol station. For our truckies, we have cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero. Both these measures will be in place for the next 3 months. We are working to bring the price of fuel down, to make more fuel here and to keep it on shore, and get more fuel here, using our strong trading relationships with our region to bring more petrol, diesel and fertiliser to Australia. Now, it's the Australian way that people want to do their bit. And there are simple ways that you can. You should go about your business and your life as normal. Enjoy your Easter. And if you're hitting the road, don't take more fuel than you need. Just fill up like you normally would. Think of others in your community, in the bush and in critical industries. And over coming weeks, if you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. Farmers and miners and tradies who need diesel every single day. And all those shift workers and nurses who do so much for our country. The months ahead may not be easy. I want to be upfront about that. No government can promise to eliminate the pressures that this war is causing. I can promise we will do everything we can to protect Australia from the worst of it. These are uncertain times, but I'm absolutely certain of this. We will deal with these global challenges the Australian way, working together and looking after each other, as we always have. Thank you and good evening. My fellow
And getting you up is coming in. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has justified the war against Iran by stating it was necessary to prevent Tehran from developing a conventional sheet of missiles and drones that could protect its nuclear program from future intervention. In its latest statement, Rubio has also accused Iran of pursuing weapons-grade nuclear material.
The United States has been relentless in its attacks on Iran since the war began a month ago. And now, in an attempt to justify this war, US State Secretary Marco Rubio issued a statement where he once again accused Iran of trying to acquire nuclear weapons.
Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it, and that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare, and they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down.
Rubio also commented on the timing of the attack and explained why it had to take place now.
Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future.
He stressed that this was the last best chance to destroy the Iranian arsenal.
To eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build, and the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, Rubio also said that Washington could now see the finish line of the war. The US State Secretary remains confident that the end is coming soon and that messages are being exchanged between Washington and Tehran. He further said that there was a potential for direct meeting between the two nations at some point. However, he also stated that US might have to re-examine its ties with NATO and allied nations. The official Iranian line, on the other hand, is something different. Iran's deputy foreign minister says talks are being held only through intermediaries.
In June, they attacked Iran when we were negotiating, just 1 day or 2 days before the 6th round of negotiation. This time, on 28 February, just 2 days after we negotiated and we agreed to meet again in Vienna for discussing the technical details of a possible agreement. Again, they attacked Iran. So whenever they talk about diplomacy, everyone should approach it with a lot of suspicion. But apart from that, as I said, yes, there has been a communication, messages sent via mediators to Iran. Our position has been very clear. While we are under constant bombardment and missiles, our nation is focused on defending itself.
The world is now well into the 5th week of this war, and United States, while talking of the end game, has already mobilized a massive deployment in the Gulf.
Getting you some updates coming in, viewers. CBI registered a fresh case against Anil Ambani. So the new case has been registered. This is a fresh case against RCOM and Anil Ambani, case registered based on an LIC complaint. And LIC says wrongful loss of rupees 3,750 crores. So this is a CBI registering another case against Anil Ambani's Reliance Communications. CBI registers FIR based on complaint filed by the LIC. Let's go straight across to Shravan, who's joining us, Deputy Executive Editor. Shravan, just coming across to you, a new fresh case has been registered. More trouble coming in for Anil Ambani.
Well, in fact, this is the fourth case to have been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, this is the fresh case that has been registered is against Reliance Communication. And the other person who has been named in the FIR that has been registered is Anil Ambani. Apart from that, there are unknown public servants and unknown officers. This is based on a complaint that has been filed by LIC. In fact, they have alleged that there has been a wrongful transaction of roughly about 4,500 crores. In fact, leading to about a loss of about 3,750 crores to LIC. Now, that's what the allegation has been leveled against Reliance Communication as well as Anil Ambani. Now, as per the complaint that has now been accessed by Republic TV, this is what we are being told, that LIC had basically filed this complaint with the Central Bureau of Investigation just about a few days ago. This is after a forensic audit report was published, during which they've essentially come to know that roughly about 4,500 crores. That's the amount as far as the non-convertible debentures are concerned, and based on false representations that were essentially made by the company, this transaction has actually taken place. Reliance Communication has been named, along with it the management regarding the financial health of the company and security asset cover that was basically provided to LIC, based on which the transaction has actually taken place. Now, why this is a cause of concern? Because this is the fourth such case that has been registered. A cumulative amount that you're really looking at as far as losses that have been caused to various banks, not one, multiple banks, goes up to almost 40,000 crore rupees. Now, that's the amount that is being probed right now by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, there have been previous cases that have been registered, but in this particular case, they're essentially looking at the role of bank officials. They're also looking at the role of those within the management of Reliance Communication. Reliance Communication is not the only company that is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. You have another company called the RHFL that is also being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Based on which, remember, the Enforcement Directorate has also carried out a series of probes. In fact, the latest prosecution complaint, the charge sheet that has been filed in the court is with regards to Reliance Communication. This is a company that has been in the dock. Now, Anil Ambani, remember, all this while has been maintaining that he's not a director of this particular company, and essentially he cannot be blamed for all the wrongdoings. Now, that's the position that has been taken by Anil Ambani. As far as the agencies are concerned, they're essentially looking at who exactly is the beneficiary. The fact of the matter is that funds were allegedly received from multiple banks. These were loans that were basically taken. Thereafter, it was siphoned off, diverted to third-party related companies. They're essentially looking at who exactly is the ultimate beneficiary.
All right, Shaban, thank you for getting us those updates. More trouble coming in against Anil Ambani there after one more case has been registered. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Coming up, we will be tracking other stories. Prime Minister Modi will be chairing a very important meeting later on today around 7 p.m. This is the CCS meet. Important points would be on agenda. And government announces 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Foreign flight routes to face a full increase as passengers brace for airfare hike.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
Narendra Modi set to chair key CCS meet this evening. Government announces 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Foreign flight routes to face a full increase as passengers brace now for airfare hike. Commercial LPG cylinder prices now increase across India. Food businesses are braced for a hit after price hike. Hours after Iranian minister's interview to Republic, Tehran moves United Nations strongly protest the use of Gulf nation territories by the US. US Victoria military base in Baghdad hit by fresh overnight strikes led by Iraqi separatists backed by Iran. US backtracks on Iran's uranium as President Trump now admits extracting a stockpile would be hard since it would be kept deep underground. Iran trains guns on tech firms and now issues a warning, says a major tech firm's offices in the Gulf are fair targets and wants them to evacuate their staff. All right. right, viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And top focus is the major developments coming to light from the war in West Asia. Now, there has been an attack reported inside Tehran. In fact, we'll get you the visuals of the latest attacks in a short while now. But an airstrike in Iran's capital, Tehran, now appears to have struck inside a former US embassy compound. The embassy has been controlled by Iran's IRGC since a 1979 hostage crisis. The US essentially does not have an embassy right now in Iran, but in the latest strike, it was an embassy compound, a former US embassy compound, which has been struck in the Iranian capital. And those are the visuals on your screen as showing you the aftermath of the latest attack. It's a former US embassy compound which has been under IRGC control since 1979, which has now been struck in the capital city of Iran. Now, the visuals on your screen show you the aftermath, the smoke rising from the site of the impact in this attack. And it's a former US embassy compound which has now been struck in the capital city of Iran. Now, remember, despite Donald Trump saying that there is a 10-day deadline, a 10-day pause in the conflict, we are seeing attacks taking place all across Iranian landscape. And the recent one has now come in the capital city of Tehran. This is where a former US embassy compound has been struck in the latest strikes. It has been under IRGC control since a 1979 hostage crisis. Now, viewers, in terms of the damage and the casualties caused, we are still awaiting details. It is a breaking news development that has come to light, but there has been a strike reported at the former US embassy compound. All right, viewers, now moving on to more breaking developments we're getting at this hour. Shifting focus, and now, in fact, a tanker sailing from Qatar about 70 nautical miles from Qatar's coast has been hit in the latest strikes carried out by Iran. Now, we are looking at energy infrastructure coming attack, and this time it's an oil tanker which has been struck by Iran. And Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial hub was also struck along with an oil tanker. There were 2 projectiles fired by Iran in this attack, according to United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations. Now, the organization takes the track of all the attacks that are taking place on maritime equipment. And the latest, according to them, is an attack on Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial hub, which has been struck. And the visuals on your screen, you can see the damage caused and the extent of the attack. You can see the plumes of smoke and the fire, in fact, engulfing the entire site at this point. Vessel here has also sustained serious damage, although no casualties have been reported in this attack. All right, viewers, now we are looking at mixed signals being sent from the Trump administration. On one side, Donald Trump says he will be winding down the war in about 2 to 3 weeks. On the other side, you have Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, his top officials, trying to defend their attack on Iran, saying that it was necessary to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. They keep shifting their goal post as a regime change, the goal that failed. Now they've shifted their goal to making sure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. Take a look at this report.
The United States has been relentless in its attacks on Iran since the war began a month ago. And now, in an attempt to justify this war, US State Secretary Marco Rubio issued a statement where he once again accused Iran of trying to acquire nuclear weapons.
Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is, you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons. and every single time they have turned it down.
Rubio also commented on the timing of the attack and explained why it had to take place now.
Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future.
He stressed that this was the last best chance to destroy the Iranian arsenal,
to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build. And the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, Rubio also said that Washington could now see the finish line of the war. The US state
Taking news developments about Prime Minister Modi's Assam visit, cutting across to these live visuals as he makes his final pitch for the assembly elections.
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका। परमात्मा आपको सुखी रखे, आपके बच्चे पढ़ लिख करके बहुत आगे बढ़े, ठीक है? चलिए, आपको मालूम है मैं भी चाय वाला हूँ, है पता है? मैं छोटा था तो चाय बेचता था, तो आप लोग जो मेहनत करते हैं ना वो मेरे गांव तक पहुँच गई।
All right, viewers, those are the visuals we're getting from Assam. Prime Minister Modi. They're engaging with the tea growers in the field. We're looking at Prime Minister Modi's engagement in the poll-bound state of Assam. Now, he also mentions that he himself, in fact, has sold tea before, and he also thanks them for their efforts in these tea gardens, while also giving them blessings that, hoping their children grow up to become more... All right, those are the visuals we're getting from the poll-bound state of Assam. Prime Minister Modi engaging with the tea growers in the state. These are women tea growers, and not just engaging with them, also taking a tour of the tea gardens in the poll-bound state, engaging with them, their traditional, listening to their traditional songs, as they also, just a short while ago, also engaged in their traditional dance of Bihu as well. All right, viewers, now moving from the election-bound state of Assam to what's happening in West Asia. Now, despite Donald Trump saying that he will be winding down the war in West Asia, Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has now come out with a stronger statement saying their operations have already crushed Iran and decimated their military capabilities. Take a look at this report.
Marking the one-month anniversary of the joint US-Israeli operation against Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israeli forces had been systematically crushing the Tehran regime.
במלאת חודש למערכה המשותפת שלנו ולארצות הברית, אנחנו קודשים בשיטתיות את משטר האימים שקרה במשך עשרות שנים, מוות לאמריקה, מוות לישראל.
Netanyahu said Iran still had a limited launch capability to threaten Israel but could no longer threaten its existence.
שברנו את כוחם של צבאות הטרור של איראן שהקיפו אותנו בטבעת חנק. זה נכון, יש להם עדיין יכולת שיורית לאיים עלינו, אבל הם כבר אינם יכולים לאיים על קיומנו, לשגר רבבות טילים בליסטיים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל.
Netanyahu praised a decooperation with the US and said he hoped to soon be able to speak about new alliances in the region.
לפני המבצעים נלחמנו לבד נגד איראן. היום אנחנו נלחמים כתף אל כתף עם ארצות הברית, בשיתוף פעולה היסטורי חסר תקדים בין הנשיא טראמפ לביני ובין צבא ארצות הברית וצבא ההגנה לישראל. לא רק שחיזקנו את הברית עם ארצות הברית, אנחנו גם יוצרים בריתות חדשות עם מדינות חשובות באזור נגד האיום האיראני המשותף, ואני מקווה שבקרוב, אזרחי ישראל, אני אוכל לספר לכם יותר על הבריתות החשובות האלה.
The Israeli Prime Minister further asserted buffer zones beyond Israeli borders were established to keep off invasions.
ביססנו רצועות ביטחון עמוק מעבר לגבולותינו. בעזה, למעלה ממחצית שטח הרצועה. בסוריה, מכתר החרמון ועד הירמוך. ובלבנון, באזור חיץ נרחב שמסכל את איום הפלישה ומרחיק את איום ירי טילי הנ"ט על יישובינו.
Netanyahu asserted Iran has been launching fewer missiles now than at the start of the war, but continues to deploy more low-lying drones that are harder to intercept. The conflict has killed more than 3,000 people in the region, and millions have been displaced in Lebanon and Iran.
To weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger, a more secure nation. First, let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us. The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defence Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners. And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent to push as one for maritime security across the Gulf. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. Following that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the Strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped. Because I do have to level with people on this. This will not be easy. I spoke with relevant business leaders in shipping, finance, insurance, and energy supply in Downing Street on Monday. And they were clear with me the primary challenge they face is not one of insurance, but one of safety and security of passage. So the fact is, we need all of this together. A united front of military strength and diplomatic activity, partnership with industry, so they too can mobilise once the fighting has stopped. And above all, clear and calm leadership. That is what this country is ready to provide. Because my guide from the start of this conflict has always been the British national interest. And freedom of navigation in the Middle East is in the British national interest. Let me turn now to the impact at home, because I know that this is causing huge concern. People turn on their television, they look at their screens, They say explosions, infrastructure blown up, aggressive rhetoric. They worry that the UK will be dragged into this. We won't. But I also know that people have a deep sense that this will affect their family and their household. They can see it at the petrol pumps, and they worry about their energy bills. It is the job of government to meet these moments, not just with immediate action, but also with clarity about our direction. That's what I remember about the 1970s, when my family could not pay every bill. We struggled through the energy shocks and the price rises of that decade. But we always believed in the end that Britain would secure a better future for us. And I think that's what's been lacking in the crises of recent years. And I'm not prepared to ask the British people once again to go through a crisis, come out of it, and say, business as usual, back to the status quo. So on our economy, on our energy, and on our defence, this time will be different. We will make Britain a fairer and more secure country, because that hope is what is needed as the country comes together, and because how we emerge from this crisis will define us for a generation. So, as I set out a few weeks ago, we have a 5-point plan for the immediate crisis. We're cutting energy bills by over £100 per household today. We've extended the cut in fuel duty until September, and we're monitoring that situation daily. We're supporting people exposed to heating oil rises, setting aside £53 million for that. We're taking back control of our energy security by investing in clean British energy, because that is the only way we get your bills off the roller coaster that is controlled by Putin and the Iranian regime. And frankly, I'm sick and tired of your energy bills fluctuating up and down because we're on the international market, when if we took control of our energy and had homegrown renewables, we could stabilise your bills. And finally, as I say, we'll continue to push for de-escalation in the Middle East. But look, there's also a bigger argument here, because every one of these measures is part of a long-term plan to make our country more secure and more resilient to shocks like this. I mean, just look at what's happening today. Today, your energy bills will be cut because of the action that we took at the budget. And whatever happens in Iran, that price is now fixed until July. Today, if you need a prescription, instead of rising as they used to, the price will be frozen for a year. Today, if you're working on the national living wage, your wages will go up. Next week, on Monday, the state pension will go up. Next week, the 2-child limit will be scrapped, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty, the vast majority from working households. And next week, the biggest strengthening of workers' rights in a generation will become law, a huge boost to the economic security of working people. Now, some people may say this isn't new, this was already planned, to which I say, yes, that is my point. Everything I've done in politics, certainly since the Ukraine war in 2022, is a response to this new and dangerous world. We campaigned for a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, which we extended. We focused on the cost of living, and we acted at the budget. And we've always emphasised the need for clean British energy. And we've invested because we knew that making our country secure in this world was the ultimate test that we would face, and our ultimate responsibility to the British people. Now, it's not going to be easy, clearly. And in the coming weeks, as you would expect, we will continue to assess the economic effects. We will continue to stand up for the British national interest. and we will continue to do what we must to guide our country calmly through this storm. However, it is increasingly clear that as the world continues down this volatile path, our long-term national interest requires closer partnership with our allies in Europe and with the European Union. Now we have made progress on this front, on agriculture, electricity, emissions trading, and more. But as the Chancellor has rightly pointed out, Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation, closer security cooperation, a partnership that recognises our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. A partnership for the dangerous world that we must navigate together. A world where this government will be guided at all times by the interests of the British people. Thank you. I will now take questions, and I have the BBC first, Henry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. As it stands, fuel duty is set to go up in September. You've said that's under review. I think today you said you were monitoring it. It is very hard to find anyone here in Westminster who seriously believes that you are going to press ahead with that. So if today was about reassurance, why don't you just give motorists that little bit of reassurance now and tell them it's not going to go up?
Well, fuel duty is set until September, as you rightly say, in terms of the cut. That will remain the position. The other measures that we're taking today, obviously energy bills are going down today, on average by £100 a household, and that will remain down until the end of June, whatever happens in the conflict. And I know people are concerned to know that that remains the case, whatever happens in the conflict. So let me be clear about that. And those that are heating their homes with oil are obviously getting support. We are keeping this under review. Obviously, a lot will depend on how long the conflict goes on, how quickly the Strait of Hormuz can be opened. And that's why I've made the statement I have today about the next step that we're taking.
All right, viewers, that was the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer addressing his nation amid the war in West Asia. He said it is not their war and therefore they will not be drawn into this conflict. And now moving on to more developments we're getting from West Asia. At least 25 people have been wounded across about 20 sites in Israel. This is after a wave of strikes that just hit this morning. Now, multiple impacts have been reported all across central Israel, including Bnei Brak region. This is where a child, about 11-year-old child, has also been injured in these strikes carried out by Iranian missiles. We'll get you all the reports on that, but
behind me, this is the Orthodox neighborhood, Bnei Brak, next to Tel Aviv. And here, just one part of Iranian ballistic missile, this cluster, illegal munition, fell here on this building behind me. And at least 2 women and 4 children were lightly injured from this attack of Iranians that again attacking civilian neighborhoods, and those rockets with cluster munition are spreading all around, sometimes tens of kilometers, becoming their target. And this time at least at 10 different places all around the center of Israel, parts of this rocket fell on different places, neighborhoods, and you can see how much damage just one part of the rocket making. But fortunately, people know that they need on time to find a shelter. They have about 10 minutes to find a shelter. At the beginning, they are getting alerts on their smartwatches, on their phones. And after several minutes, there's also sirens, air sirens that are saying you need to go to shelter immediately for 1/2 minute. Those sirens are working. And after that, witnesses told us about 3 or 4 minutes after the sirens, they hear and felt a strong blast from one part of the rocket that fell here behind me at this building, and you can see the consequences of this Iranian attack. This apartment was completely destroyed from one part of a cluster munition of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see that the destruction all around is massive, and the family that was living here, children, women, men, they saved their lives because they ran to shelter on time. They had about 10 minutes to find the shelter, and if they wouldn't do that, probably nobody could survive in this apartment. You can see how vast is the destruction here all around, and the second floor completely destroyed. We can't go there because it's not safe, but you can see from here, just from here, how massive is the destruction. But the security forces saying to us that we can't go to the second floor because it can collapse. You can see the ceiling is not protected too much, and all this building maybe can collapse. That's why we can stand just here, not for a long time.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, hours after Iranian ministers interview to Republic, Tehran moves United Nations strongly protest the use of Gulf nation territory by the United States.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ
News coming in right now. This is the latest update coming in as far as Donald Trump's now next move is concerned. He has hinted at a possible NATO exit. Trump tells US media considering NATO exit that it is he is considering NATO exit, that he has been of course critical, very bluntly, in fact dismissing NATO as an alliance for the longest time, and now he says that that the NATO allies have failed to back the United States of America, and now he tells US media that he is considering. Now, we've seen that Donald Trump is known for this carrot and stick approach. He's not saying that he's exiting, but he has said that he's considering to exit the NATO alliance, and that is the latest update we have right now. I think we can play out the reaction if we have that. US President Donald Trump telling the US media that he is considering exiting the NATO. And this is after he did not get a response, a favorable response from the NATO allies as far as participation in this war is concerned. And that's the latest update we have right now. Continue to get you more updates. Trump says that he was never swayed by the NATO. My colleague Amrita joins us live in the broadcast from the newsroom. Amrita, well, we've seen that we've always seen Donald Trump dismissing the NATO all throughout this conflict, and now he's hinting at a possible exit.
Developments coming in as the conflict rages on in the West Asian region as well. And Donald Trump, the US president, has considerably been very disappointed with the NATO as they have not been joining, as he even repeatedly said, the NATO alliance to join the war. And that has left him very disappointed. And now this is incoming as the US president now says that he will be pulling out of the NATO alliance, saying that it is just a paper tiger, saying that it's not as effective. And he also mentions that the Russian President Vladimir Putin knows this, and that he in fact may pull out of NATO. He also in fact considers, he made this statement to a newspaper in the United States, and he said that he was never swayed by NATO and that he always knew that they were a paper tiger, and that maybe because after the conflict he even mentions that he would reconsider the US membership in the alliance after the conflict, which in fact he has been confirming that there has been talks with Iran with regard to the war in West Asia. And then he does mention that after the conflict, even Marco Rubio has stated that the war could come to an end in a few weeks, and maybe he definitely may be considering as his next big move after the war in West Asia has come to a halt, and then he definitely could be moving to reconsider this alliance with NATO. Back to you, Rakshita.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. Because we continue to get you more updates. Trump now threatening to pull out of NATO as we see that the rift widens. In fact, we stay on with us. We'll try and get more reactions on this story. Trump says that he has always doubted the NATO's credibility, and that he calls NATO now a paper tiger. That's, of course, a big, big statement. That's, of course, Trump being very, very blunt with the NATO. He's been speaking very critically. Major General Shashi Asthana joins us on the phone line for more. General Asthana, how do you see Donald Trump's latest threat to the NATO, saying that he's considering exiting the alliance as he considers that NATO is only a paper tiger?
See, his assessment of NATO being paper tiger is basically based on NATO not reacting to what he did in Iran. And what he did in Iran was a unilateral action by him and Israel. So I think NATO did not have any reason to join him. And the idea of Article 5 indicates that if somebody is threatened, then NATO will come to, Article 5 will become operative. Now, in this particular case, the European point of view is very clear that USA was not under threat. Israel being under threat is not NATO's problem. So, this is a unilateral decision of Trump, and therefore, Europeans, members of NATO, including and Canada, they were not with him. Now, of course, he is showing his anger by saying that I will pull out of NATO. He may not pull out is a separate issue because he keeps retreating back from whatever he speaks. But the fact is that his arms are selling in NATO. And one of the reasons why his arms dealers are going to subsequently force him not to move out of NATO will be the sale of arms. They are the captive buyers of the military equipment of USA. And therefore, that pressure will also work. This is, as of now, in my opinion, is a rhetoric. It may not work. Whether NATO is effective or not, even I have my doubts. I don't think NATO is very effective. But certainly there is a cartel of arms which works, and that is also sufficiently strong.
So this has reflected from, even Spain to France. France, of course, has been less confrontational, at least on the outside. They've all, drawn a clear line. We've seen Spain and even Italy refusing yesterday to, use their island, for transit and for the aircraft, U.S. aircraft, war aircrafts to, or even the ports. So we've seen that the NATO understands that Donald Trump is only trying very, very hard to, widen this war and drag as many, partners as they can, as many players in the war is concerned. And this is something that he never talked about with anyone, and the NATO, when he calls something an alliance, it cannot be my way or the highway. Donald Trump started this war, US and Israel started this war, and now he wants everybody to be dragged in, and clearly he is not finding any takers. What, in your understanding, has been the strategy as far as these European countries, the NATO allies, are concerned?
See, for European countries, joining the war is a disaster for the simple reason because they get cheaper oil from Gulf, and that cheaper oil will become a problem in case they join the war. Also, their maximum trade passing through Suez Canal and then through Red Sea as well, in addition to the Gulf. So now what is going to happen is that if they join the war, obviously Houthis will also join the war, and you will find that the Red Sea and the Barbe Mandib also gets choked. Now if that happens, then they have a serious problem for which actually they had no reason to get in. It was a problem of Israel. Iran was a threat to Israel. It was neither a threat to USA nor to any NATO country. So I think just justification to get into this war is so low that it doesn't make any sense to any of the European member to join this just because Trump has taken a step which he is finding it difficult to navigate now.
Absolutely. We've seen that Donald Trump has been lashing out at the NATO as he considers that the alliance has been only leeching off America's guarantees. But, we have to understand that America does not also exist in a vacuum, that is defined by Trump's rhetoric. And we've seen him struggling himself. We've seen him that how he is himself struggling for an exit ramp. He is not able to find that exit door from it. And now he's so desperate that he wants everyone possible to, in fact, go to the Strait of Hormuz, and which he is not finding takers of. I think we have some more. We have former diplomat. I request General Asthana to please stay on with us. I am being joined by Mr. Jitendra Tripathi, former diplomat, joining us. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. How do you see Donald Trump's latest threat to NATO, telling US media that he is considering an exit?
This is a hollow threat. This is not any solid threat, because Trump has what will he do if he exits NATO? How will his power or power of US of America remain? NATO has way back in last year, rather year before, November in 2024, November, NATO has clearly said that NATO Secretary General had already told the members that either you increase your defense budget yourself without depending on America to 5%, or be ready to learn Russian. So that means NATO had seen it coming later or sooner, and that's why NATO itself is preparing in a new gear up, in a new get up, so that they don't have to depend anymore on USA, though USA had been so far, by and large, USA had been the biggest contributor to NATO's spending. But they know that it would be coming. And had there been any other president or any other head of the state of USA, it would have been better. But with Trump, you never know. He is very unpredictable. What he will say, when he will say, and how he says, he himself doesn't know.
Right. Right. Thanks so much, Mr. Tripathi, for joining us. We are also being joined by former diplomat, Mr. Suresh Kumar Goyal, on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Now, Donald Trump threatening to leave the NATO, calling it a paper tiger. What do you think could be the implications of it? Because NATO clearly has been very, very cautious in its stance. There's several conditions, obviously, that are invoked so as to NATO, that NATO takes upon, takes up some action. And that too, defining feature of its Article 5 is also collective defense. So how do you see what NATO has been doing, and do you think Donald Trump's, is there any weight to Donald Trump's threat? Mr. Goyal.
Yes, I'm just thinking about it. Basically, as far as Trump is concerned, Trump has been making so many statements left and right, really, and self-contradictory, that it is very, very difficult to make out what he has in mind and what he's trying to say. So, and even he says about that NATO countries can fend for themselves. He says things in a very volatile kind of a manner. But knowing NATO, my own reading is that in terms of a security architecture, it is something which I don't think that any one country can break it so easily. Even if the USA does want to leave NATO countries to fend for themselves, it will require a huge kind of reconsideration for NATO statute itself. Article 5 for the collective self-defense cannot be forgotten so easily, cannot be waived so easily unless there is a consensus and there is a meeting between all the NATO countries. Trump has been avoiding such a meeting with NATO countries for a long time. In fact, even when he asked NATO to come to support the action on Iran, it was through a call on the television, nothing of the kind of a NATO meeting. Therefore, I really will wait for something more formal to take place before seeing if there is any impact of what Donald Trump is saying on the future of NATO. I will not be so precipitated in coming to judgment.
Right, Mr. Goyal, thanks so much for joining us. I thank all our experts who have just joined in, because we have now breaking development coming in, the interministerial briefing, the press conference live right now. Let's go across to that.
And fungicides. India is one of the larger producers of agrochemicals, as you can see from the slide. Sufficient quantity of agrochemicals are available. The states have also been asked to encourage biopesticides and other sustainable methods, so we are in a comfortable position with agrochemicals as of today. The price situation is also being monitored for the wholesale prices of all agro-commodities. By and large, they are within the normal range as they have been in the past few years. And the prices of the top crops, tomato, onion and potato, are in the range and are showing an improving trend at the wholesale level. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have updates from Petroleum Ministry. Over to you, Sujata ji.
नमस्कार। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि हमारी क्रूड इन्वेंट्री सफिशिएंट है और भारत सरकार ने अगले 2 महीने के लिए सफिशिएंट क्रूड के लिए अरेंजमेंट किया हुआ है। हमारी रिफाइनरीज उच्चतम स्तर पर चल रही हैं। रिटेल आउटलेट्स पर कोई ड्राई आउट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। इस संबंध में मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि लगभग 2 महीने पहले जो ब्रेंट $70 पर बैरल की रेंज में चल रहा था, वो आज $100 के ऊपर पहुंच चुका है। इसके बावजूद घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं के लिए पेट्रोल, डीजल की दरों में कोई वृद्धि नहीं की गई है। 6 अप्रैल 2022 से पेट्रोल और डीजल का दाम नहीं बढ़ाया गया है और मार्च 2024 में पेट्रोल और डीजल का दाम 2 रुपये कम किया गया था, जो अभी भी बरकरार है। घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं को इंटरनेशनल जो वॉलेटिलिटी है प्राइसेस में, उससे बचाने के लिए आप जानते हैं भारत सरकार ने एक्साइज ड्यूटी को कम किया ताकि घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं को बचाया जा सके और प्राइस में कोई भी वृद्धि न हो। इस सब के बावजूद प्राइस वही मेंटेन है और इसके फलस्वरूप हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को पेट्रोल और डीजल दोनों पर अंडर रिकवरी भी है। इसके साथ ही साथ आप जानते हैं कि घरेलू बाजार में एटीएफ और डीजल की उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित कराने के लिए भारत सरकार ने एक्सपोर्ट लेवी भी लगाई है। इसलिए मैं ये आप सभी के माध्यम से कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारे पास पर्याप्त पेट्रोल और डीजल की क्वांटिटीज़ उपलब्ध हैं और मैं सभी देशवासियों से विनम्र निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि इसके चलते कृपया पैनिक बाइंग से बचें। नेचुरल गैस के संबंध में जैसा आप जानते हैं कि घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं को और सीएनजी ट्रांसपोर्ट को 100% सप्लाई सुनिश्चित की गई हैं। इसके साथ ही भारत सरकार ने पीएनजी नेटवर्क को बढ़ाने के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम भी लिए हैं और इन सभी कदमों के चलते मार्च एक महीने में लगभग 3,25,000 कनेक्शंस को गैस दी गई है, गैस सप्लाई चालू की गई है। इसके अलावा 2,85,000 नए कनेक्शंस दिए गए हैं और 3.5 लाख नए कंज्यूमर कनेक्शंस के लिए रजिस्टर हुए हैं। एलपीजी के संबंध में मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि हमारी इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी लगभग 60% है और पिछले महीने के मुकाबले इस महीने जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्राइस है सऊदी सीपी बेंचमार्क है उसमें काफ़ी वृद्धि हुई है। $522 से $780 जो लगभग 44% इंक्रीज़ होता है। लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं के लिए एलपीजी सिलेंडर में के प्राइस में कोई वृद्धि नहीं की गई है। ये भी मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि इस प्राइस इंक्रीज से हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को अंडर रिकवरी होगी, पहले भी हुई है और भारत सरकार ने हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट भी किया है इस अंडर रिकवरी को कवर करने के लिए। आपको जैसे पता होगा 2023 में भारत सरकार ने लगभग 22,000 करोड़ हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को दिए थे इसी तरह के लॉस को कवर करने के लिए और 25-26 में भी इसी तरह लॉस को कवर करने के लिए भारत सरकार ने हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को लगभग 30,000 करोड़ रुपए का सपोर्ट अप्रूव किया। हमारे किसी भी एलपीजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप पर कोई ड्राई आउट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। लगभग 92% डिलीवरी बुकिंग्स ऑनलाइन हो रही हैं। लगभग 81% डिलीवरीज विद डिलीवरी ऑथेंटिकेशन कोड के साथ हो रही हैं और डिलीवरी नॉर्मल है। कल हमने लगभग 60 लाख सिलेंडर डिलीवर किए हैं। कमर्शियल एलपीजी के बारे में जैसे आपको पता है कि भारत सरकार ने लगभग 70% तक सप्लाईज को इंश्योर किया है। इसके चलते लगभग कल तक एक महीने में 55,000 टन से भी ज़्यादा कमर्शियल एलपीजी सेल हुई है और 5 किलो के सिलेंडर लगभग 3.9 लाख 23 मार्च से सेल हुए हैं। कल एक दिन में लगभग 65,000 5 किलो के सिलेंडर सेल किए गए हैं। एडिशनल कैरोसिन भी स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज को एलोकेट किया गया है एज एन ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल और 17 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरी गवर्नमेंट्स ने इसके संबंध में एलोकेशन ऑर्डर्स भी जारी किए हैं। इसके अलावा जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि हमने अभी भी कई सारे र्यूमर मॉन्गरिंग्स होती है, पैनिक क्रिएट करने की कोशिश होती है। उस सब को इफ़ेक्टिवली कंट्रोल करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट किया है और ये भी कहा है कि वो रेगुलर प्रेस ब्रीफिंग दें ताकि सही इन्फॉर्मेशन सभी उपभोक्ताओं तक पहुंच सके। इस संबंध में कई सारे राज्य हैं जो अब ब्रीफिंग इशू कर रहे हैं। लगभग 17 राज्य प्रेस ब्रीफिंग रिलीज़ कर रहे हैं और एनफोर्समेंट एक्शन में भी अच्छा रिजल्ट दिख रहा है। कल लगभग 2800 रेड हुई और लगभग 500 सिलेंडर्स को सीज किया गया। हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज ने भी सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शंस किए हैं और पिछले एक महीने में लगभग 19 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को सस्पेंड भी किया गया है। अंत में मेरा आप सभी के माध्यम से देशवासियों से अनुरोध है कि पैनिक बाइंग से बचें, चाहे पेट्रोल है, चाहे डीजल है, चाहे एलपीजी है। घरेलू उपभोक्ताओं के लिए पेट्रोल, डीजल, एलपीजी के प्राइस में कोई इंक्रीज नहीं किया गया है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Now I would request Mr. Asangba from Ministry of Civil Aviation to give his updates.
Good afternoon and namaskar. As we are all aware, this morning there was a very significant announcement by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas regarding prices of ATF, that is aviation turbine fuel. The Indian aviation industry has welcomed this important decision and strategic decision by the Government of India to implement this limited increase of 25% on aviation turbine fuel prices for domestic scheduled carriers on domestic routes. This measure provides critical relief as global energy markets face unprecedented surges due to the disruptions in West Asia. This intervention will ensure that domestic operational costs of Indian carriers remain manageable. For the Indian carriers, where fuel typically accounts for around 40% of total operating expenses, this move prevents a potential industry-wide crisis. The limited increase of 25% on the ATF price will allow airlines to maintain competitive pricing for domestic travelers, avoiding the additional fuel surcharges that would have been necessary under a market-linked pricing mechanism. The Indian airlines have also informed that such calibrated measures are critical for maintaining operational stability and financial sustainability in a challenging global environment, while also protecting passenger interests and supporting the overall resilience of the aviation sector. I would like to inform you that on a daily basis, more than 4.5 lakh passengers fly on domestic routes every day. And this announcement this morning will benefit all these passengers. The priority of the government is to ensure that air travel remains accessible, and this measure will also support the broader economy by ensuring the smooth movement of cargo and maintaining vital air connectivity for trade and logistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would request Mukesh Mangalji from Shipping Ministry to give the updates.
नमस्ते। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज पश्चिमी एशिया की क्षेत्र की ताज़ा स्थिति पर लगातार नज़र बनाए हुए है तथा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर, इंडियन मिशंस एंड मैरीटाइम स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ हम क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन में कार्य कर रहे हैं। इस क्षेत्र में सभी इंडियन सीफेरर सुरक्षित हैं तथा पिछले 48 घंटे में इंडियन फ्लैग्ड वेसल से संबंधित कोई घटना रिपोर्ट नहीं हुई है। वेस्टर्न पर्शियन गल्फ रीजन में अभी कुल 18 इंडियन फ्लैग्ड वेसल हैं, जिनमें करीब 485 इंडियन सीफेरर सवार हैं। डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ शिपिंग, डीजी शिपिंग, शिप ओनर्स, आरपीएसएल एजेंसीज तथा इंडियन मिशन के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन लगातार करके मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा है। डीजी शिपिंग कंट्रोल रूम 24/7 ऑपरेशनल है तथा अब तक कुल 4,769 कॉल्स तथा करीब 9600 से अधिक ईमेल हैंडल कर चुके हैं। इनमें पिछले 24 घंटे में 70 कॉल और 245 ईमेल प्राप्त हुई हैं। डीजी शिपिंग ने अब तक इस रीजन में से 964 से अधिक इंडियन सीफेरर की सेफ रिपैट्रिएशन सुनिश्चित की है तथा पिछले 24 घंटे में 5 सीफेरर वहां से आए हैं। भारत के सभी पोर्ट्स पर ऑपरेशन सामान्य बने हुए हैं तथा पिछले 24 घंटे में किसी प्रकार के कंजेशन की रिपोर्ट प्राप्त नहीं हुई है। गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, गोवा, केरला, आंध्र प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी स्टेट के मैरीटाइम बोर्ड्स ने निर्विघ्न संचालन की कंफर्मेशन हमको दी है। मिनिस्ट्री सीफेरर की सेफ्टी, वेलफेयर तथा अनइंटरप्टेड मैरीटाइम ऑपरेशन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर, इंडियन मिशंस तथा मैरीटाइम स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन बनाए हुए है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Now Randeep ji from NU.
Thank you, ma'am. On the diplomatic front, we continue to remain engaged with the international community at large. Prime Minister spoke with Prime Minister of the Netherlands, His Excellency Mr. Rob Jetten, on Monday, 30th March. That is, both leaders discussed ways to further strengthen bilateral ties, but at the same time, they also exchanged views on the situation in West Asia and emphasized the need for early restoration of peace and stability in the region. Our External Affairs Minister also, he had a conversation yesterday with Portuguese Foreign Minister, His Excellency Mr. Paulo Rangel. Both exchanged views on the West Asia conflict, aside from discussing matters of bilateral nature. Just want to give you an update on Indian nationals in Iran. We've had so far, our embassy in Tehran has facilitated movement of 1,171 Indian nationals. This includes 818 Indian students to exit Iran via land border into Armenia and Azerbaijan. And from there, our nationals have been flying back to India. Of these, 977 crossed over into Armenia and 194 into Azerbaijan. We thank the authorities in Armenia and Azerbaijan for their support in facilitating the safe transit of our nationals from Iran. Thank you.
Thank you. Asim ji.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. The Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the evolving situation in the Gulf and West Asia region. We are according utmost priority to the safety, security and welfare of the large Indian community in the region. Our dedicated special control room is operational to assist Indian nationals and their families, and we continue to coordinate closely with state governments and union territories to share information and align our response efforts. Our missions and posts across the region are working continuously, operating round-the-clock helplines, and remain actively engaged with the Indian community associations, organizations, and Indian companies spread across the region. Regular advisories are being issued, providing updated information for our nationals, students, seafarers, and resident Indian communities. Our missions remain in close touch with the local governments. They are proactively addressing issues and concerns being raised by Indian nationals, including facilitation for visas, consular services, facilitating transit through neighboring countries where there are airspace restrictions, and providing logistical support where required. We are paying special attention to the welfare of Indian students in the Gulf countries. Government is making every effort to see that students' academic year is not impacted. Our missions are in regular touch and are actively coordinating with local authorities, Indian schools in the region, concerned boards, and the National Testing Agency. Academic concerns, particularly those related to CBSE, ICSE, Kerala boards, and JEE and NEET examinations, are being addressed through regular outreach to parents and students. An update on the status of flights. The overall flight situation continues to improve with additional flights operating from the region to various destinations in India. Since February 28th, around 598,000 passengers have returned from the region to India. Airlines continue to operate limited non-scheduled flights based on operational and safety considerations between UAE and India. Around 90 flights are expected to operate from UAE to India today. Flights are operating from various airports in Saudi Arabia and Oman to different destinations in India. With the Qatar airspace partially open, Qatar Airways is expected to operate around 8 to 10 flights to India today. Kuwait and Bahrain airspace remains closed. Jazeera Airways of Kuwait and Gulf Air of Bahrain have been operating non-scheduled commercial flights from Dammam Airport of Saudi Arabia to various destinations in India. Due to flight restrictions and airspace closure, we continue to facilitate travel of Indian nationals from Iran through Armenia and Azerbaijan to India, from Israel through Egypt and Jordan to India, from Iraq through Jordan and Saudi Arabia to India, and from Kuwait and Bahrain through Saudi Arabia to India. In attacks yesterday in Dubai, 3 Indian nationals sustained minor injuries. They are receiving medical treatment at local hospitals, and one has since been discharged. Our consulate is in close touch with the injured Indian nationals and their families and is rendering all assistance to them. As you are aware, an Indian national tragically passed away on March 11th in an incident on MT Safe Sea Vishnu off the coast of Iraq. In a separate attack in Kuwait on March 29th, another Indian national had unfortunately lost his life. Mortal remains of both the deceased Indian nationals have arrived earlier today in India. We have been in regular touch with their families and express our deepest condolences to them at this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take questions from the first row. Okay, 4 and 67.
Hi, Sukal from the Indian Express. My first question is to Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, could you help us understand the math of this ATF, the staggered, protracted price increase that has been effected? Because the ministry in the morning tweeted saying that 25% increase is being passed on, saying that it accounts for 15,000 rupees per kiloliter. Whereas in the same tweet, the ministry also mentioned that, market link pricing would have dictated a doubling of the ATF price, which would have taken the price up by about 1 lakh rupees. So how is 25% of 1 lakh rupees 15,000 A? And when you look at the actual price increase undertaken by Indian Oil, they have actually just increased the price by about 8,000 odd rupees, 8,500 rupees. So again, how does the math work out between what the company has done and what the government has announced? And if there is actually there's a difference between the figures, then is IOC going to again increase the prices within the next few days? B, I also wanted to understand, after petrol, diesel and LPG, now effectively there will be under recoveries on ATF as well, obviously. So is there any plan from the government side to...
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now from the war zone. Iran claims to shoot down a US drone, that is the Lucas drone, in the city of Hormuz. Police in southern Iran's province of Lorestan said that they shot down a US-made Lucas drone in the city of Hormuz. This is as per the media reports. And this Lucas, viewers, is a counter that has been made by US and Israel. It's a low-cost drone swarm. It is used to counter low-cost drone swarms used by Iran. And it's a low-cost, uncrewed combat attack system. And Iran now claims that it has downed the Lucas drone. And that's the aerial combat that continues. And that's the breaking news coming in from the war zone. All right, we shift our focus to more updates coming in, viewers, amidst the war. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Japan, and he said that he's agreed with Japan on the importance of restoring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. So he will be holding talks. He is holding talks there in Japan, French President Emmanuel Macron, and discussing the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, we are getting to know that they are willing to back Japan as far as navigating in the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi says they agreed to work with France to open the Strait of Hormuz. And we've seen, viewers, that how Japan has been expecting support. In fact, 19th of March, we saw Japan and France issuing a statement with UK, Germany, Italy and the Netherlands pledging to work together to ensure safe passage through the strait and stabilize the global energy markets. And now we see that that French President Macron meeting Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi in Tokyo, a bilateral agenda roiled by the West Asia crisis and the global repercussions. And they have discussed the maritime security issues in the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, now As Israel's aggressive bombardment against Hezbollah in Beirut of Lebanon continues, Defense Minister of Israel, Katz, has threatened to destroy all the houses along the southern Lebanon border and the nearby villages. Now, Israel has warned that it will destroy all the houses in the Lebanese villages, and 600,000 people who fled the south will not be allowed home until northern Israel is secure. He further added that Israeli troops would stay in an area seized during its invasion. Take a look at this report.
Israel is trying to push Hezbollah militants out of southern Lebanon. But Hezbollah continues to resist, firing rockets across the border into Israel. And now, Israel's defense minister says the campaign could morph into a prolonged occupation along the southern parts of Lebanon.
בסיומה של הפעולה, צה"ל התייצב במרחב ביטחון בתוך לבנון, בקו הגנה מול טילי הנ"ט, וישלוט ביטחונית בכל המרחב עד הליטני, כולל גשרי הליטני שנשארו, תוך חיסול כוחות רדואן שחדרו למרחב והשמדת כל אמצעי הלחימה שנמצאים שם. בנוסף, תאפשר באופן מוחלט חזרתם דרומית לליטני, שלמעלה מ-600,000 תושבי דרום לבנון שהתפנו צפונה עד שיובטח ביטחונם ושלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israel wants to take control of approximately 30 kilometers of land north of the Israeli-Lebanon border. Defense Minister Katz also said that villages along the region would be evacuated.
כל הבתים בכפרים סמוכי הגבול בלבנון יהרסו, בהתאם למודל רפיח ובית חנון בעזה, כדי להסיר אחת ולתמיד את האיומים סמוכי הגבול מעל תושבי הצפון.
Meanwhile, the ongoing Israeli operation inside Lebanon is exacting a heavy toll. The Israeli representative to the United Nations Security Council said that the death of 3 UN peacekeepers in the region were due to an explosive set-off by the Hezbollah.
אנחנו נחושים להפריד את לבנון מזירת איראן ולעקור את שיני הנחש ולהסיר מהחיזבאללה את יכולת האיום ולשנות אחת ולתמיד את המצב בלבנון עם נוכחות ביטחונית של צה"ל במקומות נדרשים, תוך אכיפה קפדנית והרתעה מוחלטת. בדיוק כמו בסוריה ובעזה, כך גם בלבנון.
The war inside Lebanon is also exacting a toll on the IDF. 4 IDF soldiers were killed and 2 others were injured. Citizens are paying the price for the Israeli invasion into Lebanon. As per reports, more than 12 lakh people have been displaced from Lebanon since the outbreak of the war, and the number is only expected to rise further.
All right, now we're getting in some visuals. This is high-resolution imagery from Iran that shows the visible damage, visible destruction at the Ardakan yellow cake production plant in Iran. That's very crucial for its uranium production. And this is coming in, an image that is dated 28th of March, appears to show heavy damage to the key processing areas at the site. Plays an important role in the early stage of Iran's uranium fuel cycle, viewers. So there you have the visual of the Ardakan production. We're just going to play that out. And yellow cake, viewers, is actually uranium oxide concentrate. It's a powder obtained from leaching uranium ore and serves as an intermediate step in processing uranium for nuclear fuel. And now we get this visual from that plant in Iran. And the missiles have struck that, what we understand. This shows visible damage. You can see those black areas as well. This is Iran's Ardakan production plant. It's a yellow cake factory, and this is struck in Iran. And that's, of course, could be a blow to at least that facility. It's important for the uranium enrichment, nuclear fuel, and trying to, of course, US and Israel trying to show that they are hitting those facilities that are part of what they accuse Iran to be having for building nuclear weapons. In fact, we have now breaking news coming in from Bahrain. Iranian missiles have struck the headquarters of Bahrain's largest telecommunications company, the Batelco, and reportedly it also houses the Amazon Web Services infrastructure in what appears to be Tehran's first direct hit on a US corporate asset after Iran vowed to target the American companies. Officials say that fire crews containing blaze as authorities investigate the extent of the damage that indicate a wider regional conflict. So Tehran had already warned that it's going to hit American companies, is going to go all out against the American corporate offices and infrastructure. And this is Bahrain's strike that just follows Iran's warning on American firms. It's a reported strike the strike has been reported at the Batelco headquarters in Ramallah, triggering fresh concerns about the widening scope of the Iran war. And you can see that this could be a possible shift towards corporate linked targets. And this is, in fact, one of the visuals that's doing the rounds. The site is associated with infrastructure supporting Amazon Web Services, also Amazon Web Services operation in the region. Extent, of course, not yet known, extent of the damage. But yes, my colleague Ishita joins us for more. Ishita, well, clearly we've seen that Iran has been warning the American companies it's going to hit the infrastructure. And so it has, at least reportedly, it has hit this telecom company in Bahrain and also the associated office, which has the Amazon services as well.
Right, of course, Rakshita, there was a warning that was issued by IRGC yesterday that all of the American giants which are in fact aiding its war efforts against Iran will be targeted by IRGC. They had become fair and legitimate targets according to Iranian army. Just yesterday, this warning was issued, and now we are looking at attacks unfolding all across the Gulf nations which are targeting these American giants. Now remember, they are in fact the plank for all of these Gulf nations which have been pivoting away from their oil-dependent economies. They were their means to in fact get some revenues outside their oil sources, and now these American giants are being targeted across the Gulf nations. This latest attack, in fact, has come on Bahrain's largest telecommunications company, Batelco. It's reportedly housing Amazon Web Services infrastructure. Now, we had seen attacks taking place on Amazon warehouses in Dubai as well, and now again another attack which is linked to Amazon, and this comes right after IRGC issued a warning that American giants have now become legitimate and fair targets as it expands its target list all across the Gulf nations. Rakshita.
All right, just turn with us, Ishita. We have another breaking news coming in from the war zone. 12A-10C Thunderbolt, also known as the Warthog, is spotted landing at the Royal Air Force Lakenheath on Monday evening. And that's the update. We have another contingent expected to now arrive on the Tuesday night amid speculation that they were heading towards West Asia to participate in US operations against Iran. Now, US military would not comment on this mission, of course, right? But the US, this is an update on a possible participation at the US ground attack. This is the aircraft that has landed at the UK base, at the British base. And American ground attack aircraft landing at the UK base. Ishita continues to be with us. Well, clearly, UK has allowed the United States to use its bases, and we see that this could be just another step as far as the ground operations in Iran is concerned.
All around. On one side, he says he could wind down the war in about 2 to 3 weeks, and on the other side, he keeps the option of combat very much alive. Now, we have seen another carrier strike group arriving in Middle East, and this time it is the Warthog which has landed at a UK base in Middle East. Now, this means he is keeping the option of escalations alive in case it does not go his way. Now, this Warthog, it's an aircraft which is used to provide support to the ground troops and also very effective in targeting targets such as tankers and armored vehicles on the ground, so which means there could be an option of escalation in this case if Warthog is used in the war ahead.
Right, many thanks for joining us there, Ishita, with those details coming in. Viewers, meanwhile, we have Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claiming that joint Israel-US military operation against Iran has systematically crushed Iran and left its military capabilities considerably weakened. More in this report.
Marking the one-month anniversary of the joint US-Israeli operation against Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israeli forces had been systematically crushing the Tehran regime.
במלאת חודש למערכה המשותפת שלנו ולארצות הברית, אנחנו קודשים בשיטתיות את משטר האימים שקרה במשך עשרות שנים, מוות לאמריקה, מוות לישראל.
Netanyahu said Iran still had a limited launch capability to threaten Israel but could no longer threaten its existence.
שברנו את כוחם של צבאות הטרור של איראן שהקיפו אותנו בטבעת חנק. זה נכון, יש להם עדיין יכולת שיורית לאיים עלינו, אבל הם כבר אינם יכולים לאיים על קיומנו, לשגר רבבות טילים בליסטיים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל.
Netanyahu praised the cooperation with the US and said he hoped to soon be able to speak about new alliances in the region.
לפני המבצעים נלחמנו לבד נגד איראן. היום אנחנו נלחמים כתף אל כתף עם ארצות הברית, בשיתוף פעולה היסטורי חסר תקדים בין הנשיא טראמפ לביני ובין צבא ארצות הברית וצבא ההגנה לישראל. לא רק שחיזקנו את הברית עם ארצות הברית, אנחנו גם יוצרים בריתות חדשות עם מדינות חשובות באזור נגד האיום האיראני המשותף, ואני מקווה שבקרוב, אזרחי ישראל, אני אוכל לספר לכם יותר על הבריתות החשובות האלה.
The Israeli Prime Minister further asserted buffer zones beyond Israeli borders were established to keep off invasions.
ביססנו רצועות ביטחון עמוק מעבר לגבולותינו. בעזה, למעלה ממחצית שטח הרצועה. בסוריה, מכתר החרמון ועד הירמוך. ובלבנון, באזור חיץ נרחב שמסכל את איום הפלישה ומרחיק את איום ירי טילי הנ"ט על יישובינו.
Netanyahu asserted Iran has been launching fewer missiles now than at the start of the war, but continues to deploy more low-lying drones that are harder to intercept. The conflict has killed more than 3,000 people in the region and millions have been displaced in Lebanon and Iran.
And now Republic TV takes you inside Israel. The situation on ground zero. There is destruction that is visible in central Israel as Iran continues to pound the sites, the locations in central Israel. Here's a report by my colleague Nick Colleton.
This apartment was completely destroyed from one part of a cluster munition of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see that the destruction all around is massive. And the family that was living here, children, women, men, they saved their lives because they ran to shelter on time. They had about 10 minutes to find the shelter. And if they wouldn't do that, probably nobody could survive in this apartment. You can see how vast is the destruction here all around. And the second floor, completely destroyed. We can't go there because it's not safe, but you can see from here, just from here, how massive is the destruction. But the security forces saying to us that we can't go to the second floor because it can collapse. You can see the ceiling is not protected too much, and all these buildings maybe can collapse. That's why we can stand just here, not for a long time.
Now, as the conflict in West Asia rages, its ripples can now be felt in the Indian aviation sector, citing the Hormuz crisis as one of the major reasons. The government of India announced a 25% hike in turbine fuel, the aviation fuel for domestic routes. When with this, passengers now are bracing for an airfare hike, whereas experts are saying a prolonged crisis is not really good for the aviation economy. Watch this report.
The war in West Asia has taken a heavy toll. both on energy infrastructure and supply routes. As a result, energy prices across the world are soaring. And now the Indian aviation sector will also feel the heat from this global crisis. This is because aviation turbine fuel has reached a record high and crossed the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time. The government announced a 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes, citing the constraints on Strait of Hormuz as a prominent reason. While domestic routes will face a 25% hike, foreign routes are set to face a full increase in fuel price consistent with global current rates. As the aviation sector takes a hit due to global energy crisis, Republic also spoke to major energy stakeholders.
There are two parts. As far as crude oil is concerned, there is not much of a problem. Yes, there is on the gas part there is a problem because a Strait of Hormuz, through a Strait of Hormuz around 60% of our LNG comes. So our LNG requirement is primarily being met by the volume from the Qatar and Oman that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So definitely this war-like situation has created disruptions in the country.
A prolonged energy crisis.
We have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is on the Anil Ambani case. CBI has registered case against Anil Ambani of Reliance Communications. This is in the multi-crore scam case. FIR registered by the CBI on the basis of complaint filed by LIC. So the CBI has registered this case against Anil Ambani and Reliance Communications. CBI registering the FIR based on complaint filed by the LIC. And that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. We'll get you more updates on that. This is an update coming in as far as the Anil Ambani case is concerned, and case has been registered in against the FIR has been, in fact, a new FIR. This is filed by the LIC, and this is CBI has of course filed him as an accused in there, and this is a fresh FIR that has been filed against Anil Ambani. This is filed by the LIC, and you've seen already trouble has been mounting for Anil Ambani. There is an earlier complaint as well that has been registered by the CBI in the bank fraud case. So we've seen that Anil Ambani has been in the news. He has been grilled by the CBI for hours and hours and hours in the bank fraud case, and now there's trouble mounting for Anil Ambani. CBI sources tell us that transactions are going to be now examined. LIC has filed this FIR against Anil Ambani and Reliance Communications. Shravan Sen, Deputy Executive Editor, joins us on the broadcast. For more, Shravan, tell us more details about this FIR.
Well, in fact, this is the copy of the FIR that has now been accessed by Republic TV, and I'm just going to take you through the charges that have been leveled. Who are the accused? Accused number one, as per this FIR copy, is Reliance Communications Limited. The second accused is Anil Ambani. The third accused happens to be unknown public servants and unknown persons. Now, that's the list of the accused. Now, this is the fourth FIR that has now been registered against Reliance Communication. And as far as Anil Ambani is also concerned, this is yet another case that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, as of now, the Central Bureau of Investigation's Banking Fraud Department is essentially looking into the charges that have been leveled by various banks against companies that have been linked to Anil Ambani. In fact, Anil Ambani all this while has been maintaining that this company, which is accused number one, Reliance Communication, he's not a director of that company, and that is the reason why the fraud does not really stand to his name. Now, what are the charges that have been leveled? Now, this happens to be the copy of the complaint that has been filed by the LIC. LIC has filed this complaint against Reliance Communications. Erstwhile non-executive director and chairman Anil Ambani unknown public servants and unknown others of committing offence under sections 120B, that's criminal conspiracy, section 13 under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Now, they are basically saying, and they are basically accused that the complainant here, that's the life insurance, LIC, which happens to be a statutory body. Now, I'm going to go to page number 2. In fact, this is exactly what they have said, that RCOM, which happens to be a public listed company, they had received money under the resolution plan. The fraudulent inducement subscription to the NCDs, in fact, this is roughly about 4,758 crore rupees. And thereafter, this was basically seen as default and non-payment because RCOM had failed to honor its payment obligations. Now, this is a similar sort of a charge that has been leveled against Reliance Communication as well as Anil Ambani, that is about receiving funds, using it for a different purpose altogether, and effectively siphoning off the funds and not returning the money, or basically not being obligated to the payment conditions. Now, that is the reason why this is yet another case that has been registered against Anil Ambani and Reliance Communications.
Certainly, big trouble, more trouble for Anil Ambani. Thank you so much, Shavan, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we'll sit into a very, very short break. We're right back with more news and updates.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump says he is strongly considering pulling out of NATO after allies failed to back US action against Iran. Prime Minister Narendra Modi set to chair a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting this evening on the West Asian situation. Government announces 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Foreign flight routes to face a full increase as passengers brace for airfare hike. Commercial LPG cylinder prices increase across India. Food businesses look at a hit after price hike. Hours after Iranian minister's interview to Republic, Tehran moves United Nations strongly protests use of Gulf nations territories by the United States. A US base in Iraq hit US Victoria, military base in Baghdad, hit by fresh overnight strikes led by Iraqi separatists backed by Iran. The US backtracks on Iran's uranium as President Trump admits extracting stockpile would be hard since it would be kept deep, or it is kept deep underground. Iran trades guns on tech firms and issues warnings, says major tech firm offices in the Gulf are fair targets and warns them to evacuate their staff. Anil Ambani in big trouble. CBI registers FIR based on a complaint filed by LIC. All right, welcome back, friends, to this 4 p.m. live and breaking. The Central Bureau of Investigation, which is already investigating some scams connected with the Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies, has now registered a fresh case against Anil Ambani's Reliance Communications. The CBI has registered this complaint based on, registered this FIR based on a complaint filed by the Life Insurance Corporation or LIC. The LIC has claimed Anil Ambani and Arcom caused wrongful loss of about 3,750 crore rupees or roughly 4,000 crore rupees. This is made on the basis of a forensic audit report which the LIC seems to have submitted to the CBI, which the CBI, the agency, would now be examining. LIC has claimed wrongful loss of this money caused by Anil Ambani and his group company. And for what the CBI is thinking on this complaint and the FIR, let's go to Shawan. He's joining us live from the newsroom for more on this. Shawan, what are the CBI sources telling you about this fresh complaint by the LIC? LIC is claiming that they were defrauded or fraudulently made to invest in NCDs. What was LIC's system of checks and balances before making that investment? And has the CBI taken the complaint and registered an FIR? Well, LIC in its complaints maintains that they were induced, and the fact that there were false representations made by Reliance Communication, and also there is an indication that they're giving that the management was basically responsible for those false representation. That's quote unquote from the complaint that has been filed, received by the Central Bureau of Investigation. They are saying that as far as the NCDs are concerned, it is about 4,500 crore rupees that you're looking at, wrongful loss of about 3,750 crore rupees. And in fact, there is an audit that was being done by another company based on which they had come to a conclusion that they've been defrauded. In fact, this was the forensic audit report was carried out back in 2020. What is not known from this particular FIR as to why exactly has LIC now complained when they're essentially relying on a forensic audit that was done back in 2020. That clarity doesn't really come in from this FIR. But I'll just quickly take you through the key highlights of this FIR that has been registered, in which you have yet again Reliance Communication. This is an FIR that has been registered today. That's the 1st of April. And in which you have Reliance Communication as accused number 1. Accused number 2 happens to be Anil Ambani, and of course there are unknown public servants and unknown persons. Now, as far as the sections are concerned, it is section 120B, 406, 420, and under the Prevention of Corruption Act, there are various other sections that have also been invoked. Now, this is the copy of the complaint that has been filed by LIC, in which they are once again heavily relying on the forensic audit report, in which they say misutilization of funds that have been raised from banks and financial institutions, which includes RCOM, RITL and RTL, which they are saying cumulatively received a total of about 31,000 crore rupees from banks and financial institutions, which also includes LIC. They are alleging routing of funds through subsidiaries, misuse of sales invoice financing, and discounting of fictitious bills. Let me just try and simplify this. What are the charges here? The charges are this, that starting something from about 2012, 2013 is when tranches of loan were basically allegedly received by companies that have been linked to Anil Ambani. Reliance Communication happens to be one such company, but very important to highlight, Anil Ambani all this while has been maintaining that he isn't a director in the company. But if you look at this particular complaint that has been filed by LIC, they say it is against the non-executive director and chairman Anil Ambani and unknown public servants. So the question here, and something that the Central Bureau of Investigation is investing right now, is that whether at all the ultimate beneficiary happens to be Anil Ambani or not, because they suspect that the funds were being diverted. There are related companies, there are related parties through which these funds were diverted. Assets were basically gained outside India. That is something that the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at. In fact, the last prosecution complaint that has been filed, which is the charge sheet that has been filed against Reliance Communications, there is a mention of Reliance Communication there. It is about a yacht that has been bought outside and an apartment in Manhattan, which they believe that this was basically through funds that were, in a very surreptitious manner was taken out from India, and basically through related parties invested in companies outside. So that is the reason why you're essentially looking at these complaints being looked into. As I understand, this happens to be the 4th FIR that has been registered against Reliance Communication itself.
Okay, Shravan, just a couple of follow-up questions. Going by the nature of the complaint, and you mentioned that this is the 4th such FIR in the case, are these all complaints or FIRs or investigations connected at the hip, so to say? They are part of the same RCOM period of 2009 to 2012 when this scam is supposedly happened, and the government maintains that the total scam is about 40,000 crore rupees. So this 4,000 crore rupees of LIC is part of that 40,000 crore rupees, or in addition to that existing scam?
Well, the period that you are looking at is post 2012, 2012 and 2013 onwards that you're looking at. Of course, there is an increase perhaps after 2014. And in fact, if you're looking at the number of FIRs that have been registered, yes, the Banking and Fraud Department of the Central Bureau of Investigation at some stage would be looking at it in a cumulative manner. It would not be looked at as a separate case. In fact, if you remember the first case that was registered, that was in which a charge sheet has already been filed. This was in the Yes Bank case, where they had basically come across some of these transactions that had basically taken place. So effectively, you would be looking at all of these cases being clubbed together at some stage, but this is at a very preliminary stage, if I may say so, because roughly about over a dozen banks are basically under the scanner. Some have already filed a complaint, like Bank of Baroda being one such complainant. The other happens to be State Bank of India, and now we have LIC as yet another complainant. As far as the total loss that you're looking at, or the figure that is being probed, I was given to understand it was roughly about 31,000 crore rupees, but this was with regards to the previous cases. Now this being brought in, and some changes there, it is up upward trend of about 40,000 crore rupees that is being looked into by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Shravan, so that now that FIR is registered, what happens next? Because there are already other FIRs and the probe is in multiple stages. What happens next? Do the FIRs get clubbed in? Is the same SIT or the team investigating the cases going to pick up this FIR also?
Well, it's the same Banking and Fraud Department that would be looking into as far as the CBI's investigation is concerned. Now, whether at all it would be clubbed, given the fact there are separate complaints, but the nature of the complaint happens to be the same. So the process of the investigation would be the same. Now, what are we really looking at? As I understand, there are forensic auditors that have been brought on the table right now by the Central Bureau of Investigation, which would essentially be looking into the transactions that have taken place. Because remember, these are not cash transactions that you're looking at. These are account-to-account transactions that have taken place, which requires a forensic auditor. In fact, banks have also been asked to provide further details of the loans that were given to them, and on what basis, on what grounds were the all these loans that were given, because these were loans given despite weak financials of the company. Now, that's the argument that has been made so far. For the CBI, right now, the focus is to basically track those transactions, look into the criminal conspiracy. That would also mean collusion with bank officials, because that's where effectively their entire, the fulcrum of this entire investigation is going to lie in. And as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they are certainly at an advanced stage where they've been able to look into the money trail as far as the money flow is concerned. And that is the reason why several assets have already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate.
So that brings me to the next question, Shravan, which is that typically every case of this nature which is being investigated by the CBI also gets picked up by the Enforcement Directorate, and a parallel PMLA probe starts. And the kind of offences that you were mentioning about siphoning off funds, routing the money to foreign shores and buying properties in Manhattan, etc., that makes for a PMLA probe also. So in that case, does this FIR also translate into the possibility of this getting into an ED probe as well?
Well, effectively, yes, because this happens to be the predicate offence, the original FIR based on which the Enforcement Directorate has also looked into. So this also becomes a predicate offence. But having said that, since the Enforcement Directorate is already at an advanced stage, perhaps this is going to be seen as an addendum to their current case. So you're not going to look at another ECIR, which is an FIR equivalent in ED to be filed. This is going to be an addendum to their current FIR that has already been registered. So as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, this is going to be part of an ongoing investigation rather than a separate case, or rather than a separate FIR to be registered against Reliance Communication and Anil Ambani.
All right. Thank you so much, Shravan, with those details on another probe against Anil Ambani and his group company Arcom, among the multiple other cases that are going on. Moving on to the next story now, which is that we go to the war zone. Residents of northwestern Iranian city of Zanjan have gathered at the Hosseiniya-e-Azam 1 day after the religious place was targeted in a joint US-Israeli attack. Remember, the number of heritage sites cultural sites, even UNESCO designated sites have been attacked and hit this time in the war. This is one more, and these pictures, the outpouring of anger is anything but regime change insofar as these pictures are concerned. Unless these are AI pictures, we don't know, but if these are actual pictures, which we are told they are, then in Zanjan you can see people of Iran coming out and protesting against the United States and Israeli strikes. This is Hosseini-e-Azam monument. This was hit by the Israeli side or the American side, and the people have come out and they are protesting. Can we hear the net sounds actually? Can we hear the net sounds? All right, moving on. Staying with the war. International Energy Agency, the IEA, has said that the current crisis is worse than the 1970s oil shock and the loss of Russian gas in 2022. The CEO of the agency has made this comment and specified in numbers that the loss of more than 12 million barrels per day from the oil supplies coming out of the Middle East due to the war is something which did not even happen during the 1970s crisis. Nearly 40 major energy assets in the Middle East are damaged due to the war, and it's going to be a long time before they are all back on stream. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of scale of energy crisis that the world is facing. This is a statement attributed to IEA. All right, moving on. Staying with the war, but moving on, and that's from Iran, where media reports suggest that the IRGC has taken control of, or effectively taken control of the government. They were anyway de facto in control. Iranian media reports suggest that the IRGC has put in its systems in a manner that they effectively control what happens in Tehran. They effectively control the foreign policy, they effectively control the domestic policy, and not just the security policy as was their original mandate. Remember, IRGC is not the official army of Iran. It is a paramilitary force, a militia, but nevertheless so powerful that it controls the government. And these are Iranian media reports. I believe we have Ishita joining us live from the newsroom on this in a bit, but if these reports are true and if these are coming in from Iran, essentially this is IRGC sending across a message that we are the boss, and if Donald Trump says that they are talking to anyone else apart from IRGC, then it's a hoax, and that it's a make-believe world the US president is living in. Remember, President Trump has said more than a couple of times in the last 72 hours that they are talking directly and indirectly both to Iranians, and that he's keeping it undisclosed whom they are talking to, because that can endanger the life of the person. And it seems it's not Mujtaba Khamenei, because according to Trump, he's either dead or incapacitated. Ishita is joining us live from the newsroom. Ishita, what are these media reports coming out of Tehran which suggest that IRGC has taken control? Is there a messaging somewhere here that if the Americans are not talking to IRGC, then they are talking to nobody of consequence?
Right, of course. Abhishek, the Iranian media reports have now highlighted that it is IRGC that's taken control of the government in Iran. It says that they're blocking up presidential appointments, and they've also now blocking up presidential decisions in this case. Now, it is a big change that could come in because it, as you mentioned before, it is an inside militia that controls mostly, dissenters and the protests that take place inside Iran. It's not something that has been dealing with external factors so far, but it seems right after Ayatollah Khamenei, IRGC was gaining control more and more. It was on the rise, and now it seems that they have taken control, according to Iranian media reports. Also raises questions about the fate of Mujtaba Khamenei. Now, we have seen Donald Trump claiming that Mujtaba Khamenei is either dead or in extremely bad shape, but we had also seen the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran saying to Republic, in fact, just yesterday, Ismail Baghai, confirming that Mujtaba Khamenei is alive and is fine. But now this development saying that IRGC taking control of the government in Iran does raises the question about the fate and the condition of Mujtaba Khamenei. What is exactly which triggered IRGC to take control, and also the fact that this war could now escalate, because we have seen IRGC taking a lot of decisions regarding the attacks on Gulf nations. So if IRGC now is in control, this war could certainly escalate in West Asia.
All right, and in which case, Ishita, are we seeing are we looking at a situation where Trump is looking at an exit, but the IRGC with this posturing clearly sending across a message that they are in no mood to back off and that they would want this war to end only on their terms, which is that a repeat of this kind of military action against Iran should not happen anytime soon. So, in a way, the IRGC, by this statement, sending out a strong message that no messing around again with Iran of the kind that they have seen in the recent past.
Right, of course, Abhishek, we have seen Donald Trump is now desperate. He's realized the sort of mess he's landed the US forces in win this war, and he's looking for some respectable exit, some off-ramp where he could respectably exit from this conflict. While on the other side, Iran has made it clear that the war will end on their terms and conditions. They did not start the conflict, but when it comes to the end, they will be deciding the conditions. Now, we have seen such statements coming in from the top leadership as well, where they say that they will make US and Israel regret their actions, a regret that they started this war with Iran. So certainly Iran has emerged more resilient in this conflict, and at this stage, if IRGC in fact has taken control of the government, we could see more escalation, and the balance seems to be now tipping in favor of Iran at this point, with a potential control now going to IRGC from Iran's top leadership, and also raises questions now about the negotiation. Now, Trump has said that the first regime is dead, a second regime is dead, and he's been dealing with the third regime in Iran. Now, the question is, who is the third regime in Iran? Is it the top leadership, including President Masoud Pezeshkian, as well as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, or is it the IRGC leadership that he has been dealing with? And now also the question of who is going to be leading the talks from the Iranian side if IRGC has taken control of the government.
Okay, I have Major A.K. Sivach joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much and good afternoon, General Sivach, for joining us. My question is, these reports not only say that IRGC is in control, they also suggest that somewhere the Pezeshkian government or the government of President Pezeshkian is compromised. It's hemmed in. It has its hands tied. Is that a message to the United States, you think, that they are talking to the wrong side? If they are talking to Araghchi, if they are talking to Pezeshkian, if they are talking to Ghalibaf, they are not the right people. They should be talking to the IRGC directly?
Hello? Can you
yes, Sivach, please, I'm getting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, no deny the fact what's happening is that the mosaic system of defense which Iran has is that it has got a fourth tier of basically shift of power. So when the top leader was killed, you find Mustafa Khamenei coming, and as the top leaders have been killed, political and military leaders, now the IRGC is controlling the whole thing. Now those who have replaced them, it is basically that the power is now centered in IRGC and their power. It is very correct to say the President Masoud Pezeshkian or Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, which are considered to be a moderate leader, they are insignificant. They do not have power today. It is the IRGC which is calling the shot, and they are more radical. And therefore, the chances of any compromise now or negotiation taking place and becoming successful are very, very less, because Iran is now in total control of IRGC. And as what we can see on ground, Iran has surprised everyone by the resilience which they have shown. I think US as well as Israel has gone wrong in underestimating the capability of Iran and also the resilience. Imagine that Iran has also displayed that they have a missile which can go up to Digogress about 4,000 kilometers, and the quality and the quantity of missiles and rockets and drones are almost about 50% still left with them. So therefore, they don't deny the fact. There are three things stand out very clearly. As on today, the power is completely in the radical elements, IRGC. The second thing is Iran has a capacity to fight it for a long war. And third thing is that they have surprised the whole world by the capability they have shown and the way they have made this war into asymmetric warfare by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and also striking the basis of U.S. in Middle East, and the collateral damage which is taking place to these countries has made a tremendous impact.
All right. Thank you so much, General Sivach, for joining us with that perspective on the situation in Tehran and the suggestion that there is a power tussle going on and the IRGC has prevailed like they were supposed to. But in this process, have they sent across a message to the United States that all these back-channel talks happening between them and between some leaders in Tehran, which includes Pezeshkian, which includes Arakchi, which includes Ghalibaf, they might not lead the United States in any particular direction. With that, I believe we move on.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार
All right, viewers, beginning with the breaking news coming in. Pakistan-Afghanistan talks to take place in China. We're looking at some mediation now, in fact, being leveled by China, as Afghanistan and Pakistan are now set to hold their talks in China shortly. So some breakthrough that could come in. The tensions that we have been witnessing between the two neighbors, Pakistan and Afghanistan, now could be resolved as China now plays a host to the talks between the two countries. Now that's a breaking development we're getting from Asia. Big meeting now set to take place between the representatives from Pakistan as well as Afghanistan. The meeting here is being hosted by China, and the meet is set to take place shortly. Now remember, viewers, this comes after months of tensions which have been building up. We have seen strikes and counter-strikes taking place. Civilians have been killed in Afghanistan. Women, children, all have come under attacks by Pakistan. And now some breakthrough on this front, as China is now set to hold a meeting between the representatives of Pakistan and Afghanistan just a short while from now. All right, viewers, also let's bring you what exactly has been happening in Pakistan and Afghanistan so far. Let's take you through all of the strikes and counter strikes that have also taken place. In a short while from now, we'll play some videos for you to show you the extent of strikes which have been exchanged between Pakistan and Afghanistan in the past few months. But right now, the big focus is on the meeting that's set to take place in China shortly between the representatives from Afghanistan as well as Pakistan. Now, China here playing a host, playing a mediator between the two neighbors, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, remember, Pakistan continues to level allegations against Afghanistan of harboring a TTP and of trying to inflict terror on its soil, while Afghanistan says it does not provide a safe haven to any terror groups, and there are no attacks being carried out against Pakistan from its soil. Now, those are the visuals on your screen showing you the attacks that have taken place over the past few months. We have seen a hospital, a rehab center was attacked in Afghanistan, and now some breakthrough. All right, Major Samarpal Tuna joins us on this. Major, I want to ask you, a big breakthrough could be anticipated as China here is now playing a host, playing a mediator between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and a meet is expected to take place shortly. How do you read these developments, sir?
Well, this meeting is going to take place at a place called Urumqi in China. And basically, see, China is definitely worried because if this battle prolongs, then probably there are chances that, the terrorism aspect might just cross the border into China. There can be terrorist factions, or could be that the Taliban, groups, independent groups, take safe haven in China if the war prolongs or if it goes out of control. And then there'll be a lot of interference from the Americans and from all the other SAARC and BRICS countries as well. And you see, this war has been going on for quite some while. It's been a stalemate. There has not been anything constructive that has come out of it. And you see, China's vested interests are basically in terms of mining. So that is what China does not want that to get disturbed, or their mining operations to get stopped at all, because they've signed a deal regarding the rare earth metals and other important ingredients of mining from the Taliban. So keeping that in mind, they definitely want this to be a peaceful outcome. And other than that, you see, they've already seen a drawback in terms of the CPEC project. So probably a peace brokered by China amongst both of these nations might bring some respite and CPEC project on track But as of now, I do not see it happening because you see, Pakistan has been, it has initiated peace talks with Iran, which Iran has refused to take part in. Now, Pakistan itself is in deep waters. So I really fail to understand whether Pakistan wants to broker peace for somebody else or, want to broker peace for its own self as well. So Pakistan is definitely in a fix. It cannot afford multiple confrontations that it is already stuck in. So I think it is sheer desperation of Pakistan that it has pressurized China to step in and broker this peace talk. But I certainly do not see anything, any agreement coming soon at the moment, looking at how the scenario is building up in terms of the GCC countries wanting to go to war against Iran, and Pakistan itself will be part of that coalition with the GCC to go into war with Iran.
Right, so I understand that China has a vested interest here, whether it's a mining, whether it's a CPEC corridor. But, the trust deficit between Afghanistan and Pakistan still remains very large because we have seen time and again, even after ceasefire was declared, Pakistan continued with its attacks violating the ceasefire agreement. So what do you think will be the major points presented from both the sides at this meeting?
Firstly, I certainly feel it is going to be a ceasefire. And followed by the ceasefire, then they will sit down to discuss regarding the Durand line. But you see, it is a dispute which has been for a prolonged number of years. It's not something that is going to, come to a conclusion or an agreement overnight. It is going to take time. And the main crux is for how long would both the sides have patience enough to tolerate one another's conditions. And if difficult conditions are put in by the Taliban or either by Pakistan, then I do not see it going further with any constructive build-up. It is only going to disintegrate the area further, keeping in mind the multiple disturbances with Iran and Balochistan and then Taliban itself. So Pakistan already has enough on its plate. And I certainly feel that Pakistan will succumb to pressure and will agree to a ceasefire and to all halt to hostilities and fighting at the Durand line against the Taliban. And Taliban will definitely have an upper hand in these negotiations because they are already in good terms with China, unlike Pakistan, which leaned towards USA and offered them their rare earth metals and mining industry instead to China. So yes, there are a lot of, there are going to be a lot of doubts in terms of Pakistan's intent and whether they are going to live up to what they are going to say, because a trust deficit is definitely what Pakistan is already known for. And keeping that in mind, Pakistan will have to compromise more compared to any other side negotiating.
All right, so Major Tura, you say a breakthrough should not be expected, at least not anytime soon, out of these talks. Thanks, sir, for joining us on this and giving us your analysis. And now, viewers, moving on to developments we're getting from the West Asia. Now, Lebanese military says it's moving its forces from its border as IDF continues to push its forces all across the southern Lebanon. Now, they are repositioning their troops from the border areas to other areas so that IDF continues with its assault all across the southern Lebanon. Now, in a statement that's been released, Lebanese military says troops had to reposition to prevent besieging dispersed military units and cutting them off from support lines. The military has now gradually withdrawn from a handful of border towns, specifically from a Christian majority, Remaik and Ain Abil, who have appealed to also indicate it continues to stand now by the people to the best of its ability by maintaining a group of soldiers in those towns. Now, that's a statement coming in from Lebanese military as it now withdraws its forces from across the border. Now, we have seen IDF continuously pushing its troops all across southern Lebanon, and people from the border areas have been fleeing. And in order to prevent the isolation of one unit of their military, now they are repositioning their troops from the border areas. All right, viewers, now moving on to more developments. Now, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Gideon Issar, now says we have removed the annihilation threat. He also goes on to say we still have bitter and cruel enemies, but they have been struck thigh against thigh. Now, he also says that we do not promise that this will be the last war, but he goes on that we will need to remain vigilant in the future against the schemes of our enemies. He also says we are committed to preserving this achievement. Now, that's the latest statement coming in from Israeli Foreign Minister, who talks about annihilating their threat, their enemies, while also goes on to say that cannot promise that this will be the last war, but says we will continue to remain vigilant to achieve our military objectives. Now, that's the statement coming in from the Israeli Foreign Minister as he talks about eliminating all the threats that are, in fact, there in front of Israel. All right, viewers, now U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has justified the war against Iran by stating that it was necessary to prevent Iran from developing a conventional shield of missiles as well as drones that could protect its nuclear program from future intervention. Now, in the latest statement, Rubio also accused Iran of pursuing weapons-grade nuclear material. Take a listen.
The United States has been relentless in its attacks on Iran since the war began a month ago. And now, in an attempt to justify this war, US State Secretary Marco Rubio issued a statement where he once again accused Iran of trying to acquire nuclear weapons.
Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down.
Rubio also commented on the timing of the attack and explained why it had to take place now.
Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future.
He stressed that this was the last best chance to destroy the Iranian arsenal,
to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build. And the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, Rubio also said that Washington could now see the finish line of the war. The US State Secretary remains confident that the end is coming soon and that messages are being exchanged between Washington and Tehran. He further said that there was a potential for direct meeting between the two nations at some point. However, he also stated that US might have to re-examine its ties with NATO and allied nations. The official Iranian line, on the other hand, is something different. Iran's deputy foreign minister says talks are being held only through intermediaries.
In June, they attacked Iran when we were negotiating, just 1 day or 2 days before the 6th round of negotiation. This time, on 28 February, just 2 days after we negotiated and we agreed to meet again in Vienna for discussing the technical details of a possible agreement. Again, they attacked Iran. So whenever they talk about diplomacy, everyone should approach it with a lot of suspicion. But apart from that, as I said, yes, there has been a communication, messages sent via mediators to Iran. Our position has been very clear. While we are under constant bombardment and missiles, our nation is focused on defending itself.
The world is now well into the 5th week of this war, and United States, while talking of the end game, has already mobilized a massive deployment in the Gulf.
And now, viewers, as the war in West Asia escalates, we are looking at Europe hardening its stance. Now, in the latest, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has clearly made it clear for the NATO as well as for Trump that Iran war is not their war, and therefore the UK will not be dragged into the ongoing conflict. Now, he also said that this does not mean that he's stepping aside, but in fact, he will continue to work in his country's interest. Now, when he was asked about Donald Trump's latest statement about US pulling out of the NATO, the transatlantic military alliance, he also said whatever the noise, he will continue to work for his country's interests. Now, viewers, let's listen in as to what the UK Prime Minister has said on the ongoing war in West Asia as far as his country's stance is concerned.
Let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. Let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy.
Now, viewers, are moving into developments coming from active war zone areas. Now, we're getting some visuals that we will, in fact, show you in just a short while from the aftermath of the attacks that have been carried out inside Tel Aviv. Now, these are latest attacks by Iran using ballistic missiles and cluster munitions that have caused damage all across the Tel Aviv city. Now, on your screen, you can see the aftermath of the latest attack carried out by Iran. You can see how the buildings all across residential areas have been impacted in these latest attacks carried out by Iran using not just ballistic missiles, but also cluster munitions. Right, viewers, and now these are the visuals of the aftermath attack from Tel Aviv, an active war zone area, which shows you how which shows you the impact of the attack carried out by Iran using ballistic missiles and cluster munitions. Now, on your screen, you can see how residential areas have been impacted in Tel Aviv, and also on the ground, you can see forces deployed after the attack has been carried out. Now, it's a residential building in Tel Aviv which has been hit by Iran, and now, in fact, this comes as Iran has been ramping up attacks all across the central region. We are looking at attacks taking place on Jerusalem, Haifa, and this time it's taken on Tel Aviv, Israeli city, getting hit by Iranian missiles. All right, viewers, now moving on to more developments we're getting at this point. Now, the conflict in West Asia rages. Its ripples can now be felt in the Indian aviation sector. Now, citing the Hormuz crisis as one of the major reasons, the government today has now announced a 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Now, with this, passengers will now be bracing for airfare hike, whereas experts are saying a prolonged crisis is not good for the aviation economy. Watch this detailed report about the impact of the aviation sector from the war in West Asia.
The war in West Asia has taken a heavy toll, both on energy infrastructure and supply routes. As a result, energy prices across the world are soaring. And now the Indian aviation sector will also feel the heat from this global crisis. This is because aviation turbine fuel has reached a record high and crossed the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time. The government announced a 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes, citing the constraints on Strait of Hormuz as a prominent reason. While domestic routes will face a 25% hike, foreign routes are set to face a full increase in fuel price consistent with global current rates. As the aviation sector takes a hit due to global energy crisis, Republic also spoke to major energy stakeholders.
There are two parts. As far as crude oil is concerned, there is not much of a problem. Yes, there is on the gas part there is a problem because a Strait of Hormuz, through a Strait of Hormuz around 60% of our LNG comes. So our LNG requirement is primarily being met by the volume from the Qatar and Oman that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So definitely this war-like situation has created disruptions in the country.
A prolonged energy crisis does not look good for the aviation sector.
The Strait of Hormuz, which has been shut down, India is largely dependent upon that. As far as crude is concerned, around 40 to 50% crude comes from Strait of Hormuz, and therefore the supply line, when it cuts down, then we need to look for alternative sources. And I would say country has done well. The authorities, including Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and all the oil companies, I must commend IUC, BPC, HPC, that they have looked for the alternative sources. And with these alternative sources, the crude, there has not been any shortage in our refineries.
As per experts, the energy crisis, if continued, can translate into major economic trouble.
Industries have got some other means to do, but we are trying to see that how the situation eases out. The government has been trying its best to see that the domestic production also increases, though it is a very difficult task. At the same time, we are making the source much more. The base of the source has to be widened so that we can, if one source is dying up, which we have seen in the case of Qatar, then we can definitely see other sources like.
With air fuel prices now significantly increasing, passengers are bracing for an imminent hike in airfares. Experts say the aviation industry can face slowdown, even leading to a recession in global economy if this war does not end soon.
And now viewers, on to what's happening in the poll-bound state of Tamil Nadu. Now, Union Minister and BJP Tamil Nadu election in charge of Piyush Goyal and state BJP President Nagendran has released a charge sheet against the DMK government. Now, this comes ahead of the crucial assembly polls that are now due in Tamil Nadu. Take a look at this report.
In Chennai, BJP has stepped up its poll offensive ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, with Union Minister Piyush Goyal and State BJP Chief Nana Nagendran releasing a charge sheet against the DMK government. Senior leaders, including Tamilisai Soundarajan and K. Annamalai, were also present. Nagendran asserted that the NDA alliance is fully finalized, while also expressing confidence of forming the next government in the state.
We are very ready to face that election. We are winning the coming assembly general election.
Plan to swap the assembly constituencies with ADMK because we hear in social media that
social media. All the social media told you think that true things. It's not true, but speculation is there.
So everything is finalized now.
Everything finalized. We are going to face election, and winning the election, our India government will be formed.
On Annamalai's electoral plans, he maintained, the decision rests with the leader himself, keeping suspense alive over his candidature.
So there's a lot of speculation that Annamalai sir is upset with this.
Now he is with us.
So is there any chances that he would be contesting the elections?
Who?
Annamalai.
He himself decide that if you want to contest, that will be.
And now viewers, coming up on the other side, EC orders suspension and probe against a BDO in West Bengal's Nadia district following violence at the pole training venue.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Shavan said. A top focus at this which way is it really headed? President Trump says deal or no deal, they are going to come out of Iran. That's the top focus at this hour. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Iranian media reports IRGC assumes control over government. Reports claim conflict between IRGC and current Iranian government. Trump hits at NATO exit, says he has always doubted NATO's credibility. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says this is not our war, will not fight. Starmer announces meeting nations on Strait of Hormuz. Taliban delegation heads to Beijing. China hosts Pakistan-Afghanistan talks. Government announces 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Foreign flight routes to face a full increase as passengers brace for airfare hike. Prime Minister Narendra Modi set to chair a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting this evening. Anil Ambani in big trouble. Central Bureau of Investigation registers FIR based on complaint filed by LIC. As the conflict in West Asia basically rages on, its ripple effects are essentially being felt even here in India, particularly the Indian aviation sector, which has taken a massive hit, citing the Hormuz crisis as one of the major reasons. The government, in fact, today announced a 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes. Now, with this, passengers now are essentially bracing for airfare hike, whereas experts are essentially saying a prolonged crisis is certainly not good for the aviation economy. And not just this, while domestic LPG prices remain consistent, a major hike was also announced for commercial LPG cylinders. On your screens right now, a difference between what was the price earlier and what is it now. And the aviation fuel hike that we are essentially looking at, and the government essentially indicating that this is basically done in a staggered manner so that the impact isn't really felt. In fact, what we have essentially seen with the government making an announcement with regards to what they believe the ATF prices in India were essentially deregulated back in 2001, and they were essentially being revised on a monthly basis that was based on a formula of international benchmarks. Let me go across to my colleague Pranav, who's joining us from the digital newsroom. Pranav, it was certainly on the expected lines, but the government essentially is indicating that this has been done in a staggered manner so that the pinch isn't felt to that extent.
Well, Chavan, yes. In fact, the ministry today morning put out a statement saying that the ATF prices in India were deregulated in 2001 and they're revised every month on the basis of a certain formula that takes into consideration the international crude rates. Now, given that there has been a significant turmoil in crude rates thanks to the Iran war, the ongoing conflict, it has finally been decided that it will be increased, but then it has been capped at 25% for domestic routes, and for international routes it will be 100%. So the airlines that are operating on international routes will have to bear the cost of increase of 100% from April 1, and on domestic routes it will be capped at 25%. So yes, it has been passed on, but then with a capping is what we can say right now.
Well, in fact, in terms of the LPG prices too, it was certainly on the expected lines, but the government once again in the inter-ministerial briefing indicating that the LPG reserves are well in stock, and perhaps, it is a cause of concern given the fact that if at all it continues for another couple of weeks, we are going to feel the pinch of it. There is a substantial hike, in fact, that has come in.
Well, absolutely. In fact, LPG commercial prices have been revised, but then as far as domestic LPG is concerned, the government has said that there is not going to be any hike. So here we are seeing an attempt to shield, the end consumer from passing the increase in the oil prices. Just to give you a perspective on it, Brent as well as oil has fallen over the past about 2 days after Donald Trump hinted, but then oil has overall about 50%, increased by about 50% ever since the war began. So we are seeing an input cost increase of about 50%. Now the government has not passed that on to the end consumer in terms of domestic users, but for commercial users as well as for aviation sector, we are seeing some sort of heat being felt right now.
Well, thank you very much, Pranav, for getting us the latest details. Well, in fact, what does this essentially mean for you and I when it comes to taking a flight? In fact, does it mean that there is going to be an immediate price hike as far as airfares are concerned? Or perhaps we're going to see this happening in a staggered manner? Take a look at this detailed report.
The war in West Asia has taken a heavy toll, both on energy infrastructure and supply routes. As a result, energy prices across the world are soaring. And now the Indian aviation sector will also feel the heat from this global crisis. This is because aviation turbine fuel has reached a record high and crossed the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time. The government announced a 25% hike in air turbine fuel for domestic routes, citing the constraints on Strait of Hormuz as a prominent reason. While domestic routes will face a 25% hike, foreign routes are set to face a full increase in fuel price consistent with global current rates. As the aviation sector takes a hit due to global energy crisis, Republic also spoke to major energy stakeholders.
There are two parts. As far as crude oil is concerned, there is not much of a problem. Yes, there is on the gas part there is a problem because a Strait of Hormuz, through a Strait of Hormuz around 60% of our LNG comes. So our LNG requirement is primarily being met by the volume from the Qatar and Oman that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So definitely this war-like situation has created disruptions in the country.
A prolonged energy crisis does not look good for the aviation sector.
The Strait of Hormuz, which has been shut down, India is largely dependent upon that. As far as crude is concerned, around 40 to 50% crude comes from Strait of Hormuz, and therefore the supply line, when it cuts down, then we need to look for alternative sources. And I would say country has done well. The authorities, including Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and all the oil companies, I must commend IOC, BPC, HPC, that they have looked for the alternative sources. And with these alternative sources, the crude, there has not been any shortage in our refineries.
As per experts, the energy crisis, if continued, can translate into major economic trouble.
Industries have got some other means to do, but we are trying to see that how the situation eases out. The government has been trying its best to see that the domestic production also increases, though it is a very difficult task. At the same time, we are making the source much more. The base of the source has to be widened so that we can, if one source is dying up, which we have seen in the case of Qatar, then we can definitely see other sources like.
With air fuel prices now significantly increasing, passengers are bracing for an imminent hike in airfares. Experts say the aviation industry can face slowdown, even leading to a recession in global economy if this war does not end soon.
Iranian parliamentary leader has essentially once again made the position of Strait of Hormuz extremely clear. The head of Iran's National Security Commission has said that Strait of Hormuz will be opened, but not essentially for their enemies. In fact, indicating that as far as United States of America and Israel are concerned, vessels essentially would not be passing through Strait of Hormuz. And this is a strategic decision that has been taken during wartime. In fact, indicating that allies and friends of Iran would be given a free pass as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned. But when it comes to vessels coming in from US and Israel, would essentially be blocked further. In fact, Gulf nations have heavily criticized this decision of the Iranians, saying that in a free navigational world, these decisions perhaps goes against international laws. But having said that, Iranians have made it abundantly clear that these are wartime decisions that have been taken. And in fact, they have been left with no other choice but to respond in the manner that they have so far. In fact, another breaking news now coming in. There appears to be a rift between the IRGC and the Iranian government. IRGC, in fact, has taken de facto control of the government. Now, this is coming in from Iranian media. IRGC has assumed control over the government functioning. In fact, they've blocked presidential appointments and decisions. This comes at a time. I believe there is also a report that has been put out by the Iranian media with regards to the fact that what we are given to understand that the decision was taken after some reports of the Iranian president appointing a new intelligence minister was basically blocked by the IRGC. Now, it is perhaps well known within power corridors that perhaps the Iranian president happens to be a lame duck president right now, given the fact that there are very limited powers that he has. Let me go across to my colleague Ishita, who's joining us on this broadcast. Ishita, it appears that the Iranian president was making a fresh appointment of the intelligence minister. The previous intelligence minister was eliminated, and I'm given to understand the Iranian media is essentially indicating that that appointment was blocked by the IRGC.
Right, of course, there is a rift that's now growing between IRGC and President Masoud Pezeshkian. This was visible in the appointment of the intelligence minister. Now, last week, President is the one who has the authority to appoint an intelligence minister, but this video was, in fact, blocked by IRGC. Now, we're looking not just that, in fact, other presidential appointments and decisions are also being blocked by IRGC, and there's a military council comprising of senior IRGC commanders, which has now effectively taken control of all the decisions that are being taken by Iran during this time. Now, IRGC is clear that it's wartime, and therefore it's the militia leaders which should be in a charge rather than a president, and therefore President Masoud Pezeshkian, who's been also trying to meet with the Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader. Now, his appointments has been blocked. He's not been allowed to meet the leader, and with the fate, of course, of Mojtaba Khamenei also unclear, it does look like that IRGC has effectively now gained control over the leadership of Iran. Now, we have seen the IRGC, of course, are taking decisions ever since the war started, but now the rift is out in the open, and it's very explicit that it is IRGC in Iran which is calling the shots and not President Masoud Pezeshkian or any other top leadership from the executive structure.
One quick question, Ishita, before I let you go, because I'm told that there is also another breaking news now coming in with regards to NATO's first response on what was seen as a threat coming in from Donald Trump. But just a quick question with regards to the IRGC press briefing that has happened a short while back. Are they also making a mention of the fact that some of those posts that are now lying vacant after their leaders have been eliminated, for instance, the defense minister, are they making any indication as to who exactly will be making those decisions now? Will it be essentially the supreme leader, or would that be the IRGC?
Of Iran, which is followed in the country, it is the supreme authority, the supreme leader, which is Mojtaba Khamenei, who's set to take these decisions. It is a president's approval. He basically takes approval from the supreme leader. But right now, IRGC has made it clear that in these war times, in the times of crisis, IRGC will be taking all the calls with regards to the appointments of the new ministers, all the replacements that have now to be named in. It is the IRGC which is saying it will be taking all the calls.
Well, thank you very much, Ishita, for getting us the latest details. Well, in fact, let me also take you through another breaking news now coming in, where the Iranians have once again put out a full video of missiles that have been launched, in fact, evading the air defense in Israel, hitting a US base in West Asia is what we are being told. We'll try and put out that video that has just come in a short while back, with the Iranian media essentially quoting the IRGC, saying that this is a fresh wave of strikes that have been carried out. This amidst talks that are essentially going on, whether at all there is a mediation between Iran and others. In fact, Iran's foreign minister, in an interview to a Western media outlet, has indicated that while he's getting direct messages from Steve Witkoff, but not essentially a direct negotiation between Iran and United States of America. And that perhaps explains why the strikes still continue. In fact, it seems that some energy infrastructure was also being targeted. That's the latest now coming in. Let's go full frame with these images that have now come in of Iran hitting a US base. Effectively, Iran maintaining that they are not going to stop the strikes. And when it comes to the United States of America, that is essentially going to continue. And they believe that their enemies, which is America and Israel, would still be the target. Well, shifting focus now to some election news coming in from Tamil Nadu. In fact, a short while back, my colleague Sharda spoke to Udayanidhi Stalin, who has now been one of the main campaign faces of the party. In fact, a short while back, speaking to my colleague Sharda, he's essentially taken on EPS. In fact, he says that he's sorry to EPS if he feels he has badmouthed him anyway. In fact, Udayanidhi is going to be filing his nominations tomorrow. And once again, on the question of freebies, he's saying that these are not freebies, these are welfare schemes that have been taken out by the government. An exclusive coming in from Chennai.
Sir, you started your campaign. It's been 3 days. How has the response been?
The response is very good. We are very, very positive. I have almost finished around 12 constituencies. Everywhere I'm going, I'm seeing women voters gathering and showing their support, women and youngsters. And we are very confident of a landslide victory.
So with the manifesto coming out, there's always the IDMK and BJP constantly pointing out that these welfare schemes are only increasing the debt of the government, and it's no more a welfare scheme, no more a freebie scheme, is no more attractive.
No, the people of Tamil Nadu will decide. We have given promises, we have kept our promises. So people of Tamil Nadu are very confident. Whoever can, anybody can give promises, but only our leader, only DMK has always been in the habit of fulfilling the promises. So people believe in whatever our leader says.
So also taking into consideration, Advertisements has recently alleged that you've been bad-mouthing him. You're also criticizing him for his...
Please tell me, no, can you please point out one incident where I have bad-mouthed? If I have bad-mouthed, I'm saying my sorry to him. I have never bad-mouthed about any leader in that case.
So one last question also, sir. Right now your campaign started, and most of the time you've been pointing out that the fight is against the India and Tamil Nadu. Is your ideological avenue, though being BJP, is this election fight between AIDMK or DMK or DMK versus BJP?
No, this is a fight between Tamil Nadu and Delhi. Tamil Nadu team versus Delhi team. Because Delhi is trying to take control of Tamil Nadu like all the other states. But they have continuously failed in that agenda. Yes, definitely this is an ideological war, and definitely people of Tamil Nadu, our Tamil ideology, our Dravidian ideology will win.
So when will you bring your nominations?
I'm planning to do it tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, you started your campaign. It's been 3 days. How has the response been?
The response is very good. We are very, very positive. I have almost finished around 12 constituencies. Everywhere I'm going, I'm seeing women voters gathering and showing their support, women and youngsters. And we are very confident of a landslide victory.
So with the manifesto coming out, there's always the IDMK and BJP constantly pointing out that these welfare schemes are only increasing the debt of the government, and it's no more a welfare scheme, no more a freebie scheme, is no more attractive.
No, the people of Tamil Nadu will decide. We have given promises, we have kept our promises. So people of Tamil Nadu are very confident. Whoever can, anybody can give promises, but only our leader, only DMK has always been in the habit of fulfilling the promises. So people believe in whatever our leader says.
So also taking into consideration, Advertisements has recently alleged that you've been bad-mouthing him. You're also criticizing him for his...
Please tell me, no, can you please point out one incident where I have bad-mouthed? If I have bad-mouthed, I'm saying my sorry to him. I have never bad-mouthed about any leader in that case.
So one last question also, sir. Right now your campaign started, and most of the time you've been pointing out that the fight is against the India and Tamil Nadu. Is your ideological avenue, though being BJP, is this election fight between AIDMK or DMK or DMK versus BJP?
No, this is a fight between Tamil Nadu and Delhi. Tamil Nadu team versus Delhi team. Because Delhi is trying to take control of Tamil Nadu like all the other states. But they have continuously failed in that agenda. Yes, definitely this is an ideological war, and definitely people of Tamil Nadu, our Tamil ideology, our Dravidian ideology will win.
So when will you bring your nominations?
I'm planning to do it tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Union Minister and BJP Tamil Nadu election in charge Piyush Goyal and State BJP President Nayanar has essentially released what they're calling a charge sheet, that too against the DMK government for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Take a look at this report.
In Chennai, BJP has stepped up its poll offensive ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. with Union Minister Piyush Goyal and State BJP Chief Nana Nagendran releasing a charge sheet against the DMK government. Senior leaders, including Tamilisai Soundarajan and K. Annamalai, were also present. Nagendran asserted that the NDA alliance is fully finalized, while also expressing confidence of forming the next government in the state.
We are very ready to face that election. We are winning the coming Assembly general election.
Plan to swap the Assembly constituencies with ADMK because we hear in social media that
the social media, all the social media told you think that true things. It's not true, but speculation is there.
So everything is finalized now.
Everything finalized. We are going to face the election and winning the election. Our India government will be formed.
On Annamalai's electoral plans, he maintained the decision rests with the leader himself, keeping suspense alive over his candidature.
So there is a lot of speculation that Annamalai sir is upset with this.
Now he is with us.
So is there any chances that he would be contesting the elections?
Who?
Annamalai.
He himself decided that if you want to contest, that will be.
For the first time in 50 years, we see yet again astronauts landing in moon. The moon mission of NASA, Artemis second launch pad images that are now on your screens. NASA's Artemis 2 mission will be taking the crew further than humans have ever ventured in space before. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in from the launch pad. In fact, we are given to understand that this is NASA's 4-part lunar exploration program. In fact, it was essentially planned that between 1st of April and 6th of April where the launch is going to take place. But in fact, at last moment, there have been certain changes after liquid hydrogen leak was reported during a practice launch and essentially forcing the agency to delay the operation. And the space agency is now basically aiming for a launch window of about 1st to 6th of April.
Says he's thinking of pulling out of NATO. This after NATO members refused to join his war against Iran, clearly stating that this is not their conflict. Now the big question, will the military transatlantic alliance stand the test of time or will it crumble under the weight of West Asia war? Catch all that with me, Ishita Mitra, on 6 Stories at 6 today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
A very good evening. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top story that we're tracking for you. Iranian media reports suggest that the IRGC has taken de facto control of Iran. Reports claim there's a conflict between IRGC and current Iranian government. So IRGC assuming control over the government. Trump hints at NATO exit, says he has always doubted NATO's credibility, calls it a paper tiger. Not our war, says UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and that they will not fight this war. Starmer announces meeting nations on the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Taliban delegation heads to Beijing. China hosts Pakistan-Afghanistan talks. Government announces a 25% hike in air turbine fuel, that is jet fuel, for domestic routes. Foreign flights routes to face a full increase as passengers brace for the hike. Prime Minister Narendra Modi set to chair Cabinet Committee meeting on security this evening. And Anil Ambani in big trouble. CBI registers an FIR now based on complaint filed by the LIC. All right, breaking news coming in. Iranian army conducts retaliatory drone strikes targeting American AWACS and aerial refueling aircraft stationed at US bases in the region. This is the visual that has been released by Iran, and there are retaliatory strikes that have been conducted via drones targeting the American AWACS and, of course, the refueling aircraft station, trying to target the air power of America, radars, refueling, everything on target of. And just 3 days back too, Iran had claimed of striking US AWACS aircraft in Saudi Arabia as well. The key E-3 AWACS were damaged in Iranian attack in Saudi airbase earlier. And we have some more breaking news continuing. We have more important updates coming in fact, viewers. So amid all this, Donald Trump is not getting any support from the NATO allies. And so frustrated is Trump that he has gone on to now call the NATO a paper tiger. And also saying that he's considering exiting the NATO now. Take a look. We'll just play that out, what Donald Trump has said. We'll just read that out. He's saying that the U.S. strongly considering NATO exit. I was never swayed by the NATO anyway. Allies failed to back U.S. military action. And we've seen, viewers, that the NATO has not been with Donald Trump in this war that U.S. and Israel have started. Now, Trump says that they always doubted NATO's credibility. In fact, even Keir Starmer today said, while UK allows the air bases to be used, Starmer says that we are not this is not our war. So there you have the frustration that is only now on a boil as far as Trump is concerned. So let me just play out what Keir Starmer has said, viewers. So we've seen that how Keir Starmer has made it very, very clear that this is not in the UK's national interest. We'll just play that out, what Keir Starmer has said. He has declared that the war in West Asia is not UK's war and that UK will not be dragged into it. I've said it. Play that out. Let's play that bite out of Keir Starmer.
NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen, and it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe.
We have now France also reacting. In fact, the French Army's junior minister, France junior minister, says that France has once again basically snubbed Trump on this, saying that NATO is a military alliance on Euro-Atlantic area. And they've said that it will not carry out operation in Strait of Hormuz that does not respect international law. So there you have the French minister very clearly saying that that this is a war that does not really concern the Euro-Atlantic area and NATO functions over there, plus that it will not carry out operations in situations where there is no respect for international law. Trump has been time and again urging these countries to go to the Strait of Hormuz and just get it moving, get the ships moving, bring their warships, but he has no takers. And now you have France also saying that there's no point in this. And this is something that does not even, very importantly as mentioned, does not respect international law. Meanwhile, viewers, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has justified the war against Iran by stating it was necessary to prevent Tehran from developing a conventional shield of missiles. Now, they're talking about conventional shields. For some reason, they've not talked about nuclear. And they're also saying that they wants to prevent Iran from making drones that could protect its nuclear program from intervention. Now, in his latest statement, Rubio also accused Iran of producing weapons grade, that are nuclear grade. The material that is being used is of nuclear grade. Take a look.
The United States has been relentless in its attacks on Iran since the war began a month ago. And now, in an attempt to justify this war, US State Secretary Marco Rubio issued a statement where he once again accused Iran of trying to acquire nuclear weapons.
Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it, and that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare, and they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons, and every single time they have turned it down.
Rubio also commented on the timing of the attack and explained why it had to take place now.
Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future.
He stressed that this was the last best chance to destroy the Iranian arsenal.
to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build, and the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, Rubio also said that Washington could now see the finish line of the war. The US State Secretary remains confident that the end is coming soon and that messages are being exchanged between Washington and Tehran. He further said that there was a potential for direct meeting between the two nations at some point. However, he also stated that US might have to re-examine its ties with NATO and allied nations. The official Iranian line, on the other hand, is something different. Iran's deputy foreign minister says talks are being held only through intermediaries.
In June, they attacked Iran when we were negotiating, just 1 day or 2 days before the 6th round of negotiation. This time, on 28 February, just 2 days after we negotiated and we agreed to meet again in Vienna for discussing the technical details of a possible agreement. Again, they attacked Iran. So whenever they talk about diplomacy, everyone should approach it with a lot of suspicion. But apart from that, as I said, yes, there has been a communication, messages sent via mediators to Iran. Our position has been very clear. While we are under constant bombardment and missiles, our nation is focused on defending itself.
The world is now well into the 5th week of this war, and United States, while talking of the end game, has already mobilized a massive deployment in the Gulf.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now. And a drone attack has hit northern Iraq's fuel warehouse that is linked to British oil and natural gas giant BP. Now, it's a multi-drone attack that's been reported, and it has hit the fuel warehouse that's linked to British oil and natural gas giant BP. It's in northern Iraq, and it's a firm operating the facility, and no casualties have been reported so far. The attack on the motor oil warehouse occurred in Erbil. That's the capital city of Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region, the Sardar Group, a major automotive group in Iraq, and the facility is owned by Castrol. That's a subsidiary of BP. So this statement that comes in, it suggests that the first drone hit the facility before it was attacked again with in fact, 2 more drones. So there have been multiple drone attacks. Firefighters combating the fire, but the attack started a massive fire that sent a column of black smoke into the air, according to footage that is circulating on social media. I'm playing that out right now. That's video from Erbil in northern Iraq's Kurdish region, and no casualties reported so far, but you can see the thick black plume of smoke that suggests that it's an old facility that has been hit. As a big one, it's owned by Castrol, subsidiary of the British giant BP. And viewers, meanwhile, Israel's aggressive bombardment against Hezbollah in Beirut continues. Defense Minister of Israel, Katz, has threatened to destroy all houses along the southern Lebanon border and the nearby villages. Now, Israel has warned that it will destroy all the houses in the Lebanese villages, and 600,000 people who fled the south will not be able to return home until northern Israel is secure. In fact, Katz went on to say that Israeli troops would stay in that area seized during its invasion. Take a look at this ground report.
Israel is trying to push Hezbollah militants out of southern Lebanon. But Hezbollah continues to resist, firing rockets across the border into Israel. And now, Israel's defense minister says the campaign could morph into a prolonged occupation along the southern parts of Lebanon.
בסיומה של הפעולה, צה"ל התייצב במרחב ביטחון בתוך לבנון, בקו הגנה מול טילי הנ"ט, וישלוט ביטחונית בכל המרחב עד הליטני, כולל גשרי הליטני שנשארו, תוך חיסול כוחות רדואן שחדרו למרחב והשמדת כל אמצעי הלחימה שנמצאים שם. בנוסף, תיאסר באופן מוחלט חזרתם דרומית לליטני של למעלה מ-600,000 תושבי דרום לבנון שהתפנו צפונה עד שיובטח ביטחונם ושלומם של תושבי הצפון.
Israel wants to take control of approximately 30 kilometers of land north of the Israeli-Lebanon border. Defense Minister Katz also said that villages along the region would be evacuated.
כל הבתים בכפרים סמוכי הגבול בלבנון יהרסו בהתאם למודל רפיח ובית חנון בעזה כדי להסיר אחת ולתמיד את האיומים סמוכי הגבול מעל תושבי הצפון.
Meanwhile, the ongoing Israeli operation inside Lebanon is exacting a heavy toll. The Israeli representative to the United Nations Security Council said that the death of 3 UN peacekeepers in the region were due to an explosive set-off by the Hezbollah.
אנחנו נחושים להפריד את לבנון מזירת איראן ולעקור את שיני הנחש ולהסיר מהחיזבאללה את יכולת האיום ולשנות אחת ולתמיד את המצב בלבנון עם נוכחות ביטחונית של צה"ל במקומות נדרשים תוך אכיפה קפדנית והרתעה מוחלטת. בדיוק כמו בסוריה ובעזה, כך גם בלבנון.
The war inside Lebanon is also exacting a toll on the IDF. 4 IDF soldiers were killed and 2 others were injured. Citizens are paying the price for the Israeli invasion into Lebanon. As per reports, more than 12 lakh people have been displaced from Lebanon since the outbreak of the war, and the number is only expected to rise further.
Right, we have breaking news coming in right now. So the Lebanese army says its forces have largely withdrawn from some border towns as Israeli troops continue to push through southern Lebanon in their ground operations, in its ground offensive. It said in a statement, the Lebanese military said that troops had to reposition to prevent besieging dispersed military units and cutting them off from support lines. Military gradually withdrawn from a handful of border towns, notably the remaining residents of Christian majority areas who have appealed to the Lebanese military to stay. In fact, the Lebanese military says that it continues to stand by the people to the best of its ability, maintaining a group of soldiers in those towns. So you see the movement in southern Lebanon, and Israel had declared the southern Lebanon up until the Litani River will be a security zone now in its ongoing war with the Hezbollah, and residents will not be able to return until further notice. And we was in amidst all this, over 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced over the past month. So there's a crisis, of course, unfolding in Lebanon as well. And Lebanese military says it has withdrawn from some towns along the border with the Israeli forces advancing in their ground operation. So we'll just try and show you more updates that are coming in from West Asia viewers. The situation is dire as far as southern Lebanon is concerned. There are, of course, experts also say that this is going to be sort of a Gaza-like situation that we are looking at right now. They're trying to make a buffer zone there, just like the one in Gaza, and that has, of course, created this movement of the Lebanese forces as well. That has led to the forces being, what Lebanese army says, being repositioned. And in fact, viewers, we'll also tell you now what Israeli Prime Minister is saying. Netanyahu claims that the joint Israel-US military operation against Iran has systematically crushed Iran and left its military capabilities considerably weakened. There's more in this report.
Marking the 1-month anniversary of the joint US-Israeli operation against Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israeli forces had been systematically crushing the Tehran regime.
במלאת חודש למערכה המשותפת שלנו ולארצות הברית, אנחנו קודשים בשיטתיות את משטר האימים שקרה במשך עשרות שנים, מוות לאמריקה, מוות לישראל.
Netanyahu said Iran still had a limited launch capability to threaten Israel but could no longer threaten its existence.
שברנו את כוחם של צבאות הטרור של איראן שהקיפו אותנו בטבעת חנק. זה נכון, יש להם עדיין יכולת שיורית לאיים עלינו, אבל הם כבר אינם יכולים לאיים על קיומנו, לשגר רבבות טילים בליסטיים ורקטות שנועדו להחריב את ערי ישראל.
Netanyahu praised a decooperation with the US and said he hoped to soon be able to speak about new alliances in the region.
לפני המבצעים נלחמנו לבד נגד איראן. היום אנחנו נלחמים כתף אל כתף עם ארצות הברית, בשיתוף פעולה היסטורי חסר תקדים בין הנשיא טראמפ לביני ובין צבא ארצות הברית וצבא הגנה לישראל. לא רק שחיזקנו את הברית עם ארצות הברית, אנחנו גם יוצרים בריתות חדשות עם מדינות חשובות באזור נגד האיום האיראני המשותף, ואני מקווה שבקרוב, אזרחי ישראל, אני אוכל לספר לכם יותר על הבריתות החשובות האלה.
The Israeli Prime Minister further asserted buffer zones beyond Israeli borders were established to keep off invasions.
ביססנו רצועות ביטחון עמוק מעבר לגבולותינו. בעזה, למעלה ממחצית שטח הרצועה. בסוריה, מכתר החרמון ועד הירמוך. ובלבנון, באזור חיץ נרחב שמסכל את איום הפלישה ומרחיק את איום ירי טילי הנ"ט על יישובינו.
Netanyahu asserted Iran has been launching fewer missiles now than at the start of the war, but continues to deploy more low-lying drones that are harder to intercept. The conflict has killed more than 3,000 people in the region and millions have been displaced in Lebanon and Iran.
All right, meanwhile, fresh tensions are flaring up in West Asia as Iran issues a provocative warning now, targeting the American companies operating in the region, raising concerns of a dangerous expansion of this conflict beyond the military zones, even as Washington, D.C. asserts it is fully in control, it's fully prepared to respond to such strikes. In fact, U.S. President Donald J. Trump has downplayed this threat from Iran, questioning the intent of Iran and the capability of Iran as well. But the rhetoric, if you see, ladies and gentlemen, from both the sides is signaling a standoff that's only deepening with global implications. Here's more.
Tensions in West Asia are spiraling once again, with Iran issuing a stark warning that has shocked global markets. Tehran has threatened to target American companies operating in the region. About 10 major tech firms, including Google, Amazon, and many more, calling them legitimate targets. IRGC claims that several US companies have been actively assisting both the United States and Israel through advanced artificial intelligence and surveillance technologies. According to Tehran, these technologies have been used to identify and track and target top Iranian military and intelligence leaders, many of whom were killed in precision strikes over the past few weeks, including Iranian Navy Chief Ali Reza Tangsiri. Iran alleges that these firms are not just bystanders, but key enablers in what it calls targeted assassinations, with AI systems helping process vast amounts of data to pinpoint high-value individuals. Washington, however, has responded with a firm stance, making it clear that US forces are fully prepared to counter any aggression.
Made a statement. What did they threaten them with? I don't know. Tell me, how did they threaten them? You don't even know what the threat was. What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat? Did they say they're going to blow them up? They're going to hit them? They're not. You know what they're not going to do? They're not going to hit them with a nuclear weapon. Most of those people are dead already.
With both sides unwilling to back down, the situation remains on edge, and the world watches closely as West Asia stands at the brink of another potential flashpoint.
Right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is an incident that is being reported from Chandigarh. Explosion has been heard outside BJP headquarters in Chandigarh. And that's the preliminary information. Alert has been sounded in Chandigarh following the explosion outside the BJP headquarters. So that's, of course, a very concerning situation. We do not have anything as far as what is behind this explosion. To try and connect for more with our correspondents for more understanding of as to what really has happened. But this is an explosion that has been heard outside the BJP headquarters in Chandigarh, and now alert has been sounded in Chandigarh following this report. I'll try and get you more details. The blast reported outside the BJP office. Police have reached the spot. Police is investigating the matter. We'll just play out those visuals that we have received. Police is at the spot. This is near the headquarters of BJP in Chandigarh, and the police has been rushed to the spot. They are present at the spot as we speak, and they are currently investigating the matter. We do not have any official word right now, as of now, from the police as to what really has happened, what has caused this blast, and has there been any damage. We do not know this right now. And you've seen that BJP had, in fact, this is an important headquarters. It had last year, just a year ago, it was shifted from Rohtak to Panchkula, and this is now coming in from outside the headquarters. That there's an explosion that has been reported. We're waiting for more updates on that development. Okay, this is the update that we have. That's a fresh visual. We can see a scooter that is being parked. I don't know if it's damaged. These are the visuals of the aftermath. You can see right now, this is a visual. We'll try and show more. This is how there's some damage you can see in the vehicle. And there's a car that has been damaged. Lalit, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Lalit, tell us more details about this blast, please.
Half an hour before in Chandigarh in sector 37, a blast has been reported in this Kurti. The blast has been reported outside the Punjab BJP head.
Which is located in sector 37 in Chandigarh. A scooter was blasted in that, and as per the inputs what the Republic TV has access right now, police is further investigating this
whole matter. If we talk about half an hour before when the blast took place, the information, police have already reached the spot and the area has been completely turned off. Apart from that, the forensic team has already reached the spot and are trying to look after what was the reason of this spot. So the Chandigarh SSP Kamaldeep has already reached the spot and the area has been cordoned off. Luckily, no one has been hurt in this explosion. While now police is looking after the CCTV footage, which is located in the nearby areas. So half an hour before, explosion was being reported in sector 37 outside the BJP office in the scooty which was parked there. Back to the studio.
Right. Any information as to what really caused this? Because we see that the shrapnel has been found. There's a scooty that can be seen damaged. Any other information as to nature of the blast is concerned?
Right now police is looking after and is further investigating the whole matter. As per the initial inputs, luckily no one has been hurt, but yes, it's the BJP offices nearby and the scooty was parked nearby. So police is looking after on all angles and police is right now taking the CCTV footages of the nearby areas. Half an hour before when this blast took place, luckily no one was there, but the scooty has been damaged, and after the blast, very soon the police could be seen reaching the spot. The area has been completely cordoned off, and police is further looking after this matter. Back to the studio.
We'll just come back to you in short while from now as you try and get more information on this development. Serious incident has been reported from the BJP headquarters. Janika will be right back, viewers, with more on this.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल